It's back to Final Fantasy II. Now, last time, we got caught up in a whole escape from a town that was being invaded by an evil empire. You know, business as usual. A lot of people dying. We lost one of our number. And then we got picked up by the main rebellion. Well, we kind of joined them despite them not wanting us to join them. Because we snuck into the very town we ran away from in order to get back a ring. Well, we were trying to get back the missing person, but we ended up only getting their ring because they died in front of us. Which remains a awkward situation overall there. We then went...
Rise from your grave.
We're working on that. We still have a missing character to hopefully have come back from the whatever grave they fell into. But we went and got Mithril to try to balance the scales between us and our enemies, and now we have a Dreadnought to go stop. Along the way, we of course acquired Mindu, who is still way stronger across the board than basically our entire party. Eventually, I assume he will leave us, and we will be stuck with what we have. Now, between last time and this time, I did spend a bit of time getting more MP for Firion and Maria. As you can see, they have 23 and 25 respectively. Their intelligence and magic have both gone up a little bit as well. Now, I think I'm starting to understand what the magic stat actually does. It does not directly go up when your MP goes up. What I think is the case is your MP goes up by the amount of magic you have when your MP goes up. I don't know if that's true, but those numbers lined up. So I wasn't 100% on that. Even Gus has gained a little bit of MP in magic because I was toying around with casting warp at enemies to see what would happen. It never succeeded. Pretty sure that's either a joke spell or a very unlikely to work spell. One of the two. And of course, his strength and endurance are absurdly high as far as Gus goes. He's still got his twin battle axes and his magic conch. I did get Firion a Mithril sword because sword was the only thing that was available in Mithril, so we got that. I was considering getting Gus a Mithril mace to go with his battle axe, but then he'd have to start training up the skill for it, and I noticed something. There's not a spot for that over there on the mastery list. There's fists, knives, swords, staves, axes, spears, and bows. Now, I can see a case for the mace either ending up under staff or under axe, so I don't know actually which one it would be. So that was a whole other question. That's why that is all as it is, and that's why Maria still only has a longbow, for example, and Mindu just has a staff. We're standing out here in front of Altair because I also made a mistake at the end of last session. As it turns out, I had made the mistake of forgetting to save at the end of the last session. Thankfully, all we had lost was walking, or rather boating from Palom here, and then walking across and doing the talking, so I just went ahead and did that. But as you can see, there's a knife, a mace, a spear, and a sword. Now, these would technically be stronger weapons for everyone other than Firion at this point, because Firion has a mithril weapon already. But like I said, I didn't understand where the mace qualified in, and I didn't really want the spear. I thought about getting a knife for somebody as an offhand weapon, but I opted not to. Not yet, at the least. That may change as the playthrough goes along. I also did split up the spells that Firion was using. He got to level 2 fire and halfway to level 2 bolt in the time I spent grinding magic. Ice did not end up getting used. Maria almost made it to level 2 fire in the time it took for her to get up to 25 MP. She's almost got level 2 cure as well. The fact that MP costs go up when your level and your spell goes up is why I made sure to grind some extra MP for them. And so that we're not just running out of magic in like 3 casts, because that would make magic largely pointless for us. Mindu, of course, will still be the primary one healing out of battle, just to make sure that we keep topped up and he has more than enough MP to accomplish that, so that's going to be his purpose in life. But we're going to go back and talk to the leader to remind y'all of exactly what we're doing. As much as I've already mentioned what we're doing, we're going to have that quick reminder anyway. I heard the Dark Knight leading the Dreadnought's construction is quite an extraordinary man. Fortunately for us, he was called back to Palamecia. Perhaps they were scrambling after the loss of the Mithril. This is our chance to infiltrate the Dreadnought and destroy it. Just in case I forgot to memorize the Dreadnought in the redo. There we go. So yeah, we're gonna go stop the Dreadnought. Now, we were told where the Dreadnought was. She didn't say it, but we were told that Bavsk is where the Dreadnought was being worked on. So we need to get back up north and get back to Bavsk. Which is still a hell of a name for a town. Yeah, off we go. Do our heroes' work, is we have decided we're going to be the heroes of this world. After our homes were destroyed. No need, there's actually a special graphic for the bridge. We haven't actually had a fight on the bridge yet, I don't think. I'm not gonna worry about spending magic on these fights anymore. Fights like this were what I was doing in order to grind up magic. I was basically just letting Gus lay there dead so that he didn't interfere with the magic training that much, basically. That's also why he gained more hit points, is because I had him just clobber himself out of the equation. Since Gus is the only one strong enough to defeat Gus. Yeah, the other thing I did was I basically ran back through the dungeon we had done before a few times, because the money making in there was a bit better than out in the open field. Which is how I was able to afford the Mithril Sword. And I suspect the Mithril Sword is going to lead to Firion being able to just kind of trounce whatever's in front of us for a little bit. Considering it massively increased his attack power. Which, it being a very rare and powerful metal in this world, it makes sense that it'd be quite handy, all things considered. Just to bring it into context, because I still have the longsword on hand, it was a 7 attack increase, taking him from 17 to 24. Context for that, Gus has 39. That's because he has 2 axes. One battle axe brings him roughly into the same line as what Firion's Mithril Sword has. It is interesting that it's only like a 2-point difference between the battle axe and the longsword. But I think it's because the second weapon isn't, like, contributing its full stats? I'm not really sure how that works. Anyway, we want to take the boat from here to Poft. Which, it's actually a good thing that we got into fights along the way, because we only had 18 gil on us at the end of my prep. So we wouldn't have been able to afford to go back to Poft. And it would have been very awkward. Of course, we get attacked immediately. There we go. Hey, we got an immediate refund on our expense of getting here, though. Now, for those that don't remember, it's circle and select to pull up our globe map that's in the ring we found. That's how that works. Now, I'm inclined to think that the blinking dot is where we want to go, because it has moved a couple times. So I'm assuming Bafsk is over here, and that is verified by the fact that east of Poft is Bafsk, which I wrote down from last time. Which is the reason why we came back to Poft specifically. Well, that and it's the only place we can sail to on this landmass. Eye drops, sure. Oh yeah, I did pick up at least one interesting thing out of random encounters as well, a random item that dropped. We got garlic, which deals damage to the undead. I just found that interesting. And you may be wondering why I'm still hanging on to that longsword. Mostly because I just kind of forgot to get rid of it. Though there's also, I said, a certain amount of thought process in my mind about potentially giving Firion a second weapon. Well, there's the Dreadnought, very prominently on display on the world map there. Yeah, I do recall that it was a world map encounter that I got the garlic from. Another antidote, sure. We got 43 more space, so I'm not going to worry yet. Now, I'm assuming Bafsk is going to be fully, like, under Imperial occupation, just like Fynn was. So we're going to obviously save before we go in there. Let's do it. But let's see how this looks. I've once again got disconnected from chat on a Monday. Nothing new there. You're rebels, aren't you? Please destroy the Dreadnought. You'll need a pass to enter the Dreadnought. Thanks, kids. And yeah, there's soldiers all over the place. I'm going to assume they're going to be the same as the soldiers in Fynn, but let's find out. Borgen's such a fool. I can't tolerate working for him. No, they actually just talk. They don't know I'm a rebel. I have to work here as slaves, but I don't remember anything about the Dark Knight commanding us. Interesting. Come on, you lazy good-for-nothings. Move it! Move it! Finish its construction as fast as your pathetic selves can. You're gonna advance my position in the Imperial Army. I don't think that's gonna work out for you, bud. We need the Dark Knight. Come on, move it! I swear, everybody refuses to work under General Borgen. Seems like nobody has respect for him, yeah. There's a rebel spy disguised in an Imperial soldier. Go to him. That's great and all, but figuring out which one it is gonna be the question. General Borgen must be firm with them. I haven't gotten a prompt to try to say Windrose to any of them, so I'm assuming it'll prompt me when I find the spy. Oh, the magic shop's still open. What do you got? Fear, Basuna, Asuna, and Silence. Okay. Neat. Not gonna worry about any of that right now. I do want Asuna probably at some point, but we'll worry about that later. Ever since General Borgen came as the Dark Knight's replacement, it's been easy for us here. Hey, Fox Ashes. I'm doing alright so far. Or how about you? But he sure seems like an idiot. Oops, you never heard that. How about if I ask you about Wild Rose? Ah, comrades, I wasn't able to move around when the Dark Knight was commanding this operation. Borgen's only a pig-headed fool. He doesn't care about anything but himself. Tell me about the Dreadnought, then. You must be here to destroy the Dreadnought. I am a spy for the rebel forces, an ally of yours. You'll find an entrance to the sewers ahead. It should lead you to the Dreadnought. Without needing a pass, huh? I don't want to give them any excuse to become suspicious of me, so let's split up here. Take care. Ah. But best of luck with the achievement then. And nice chill day so far. Of course, it's relatively early in the day still, so we'll see how long that lasts. Let's see, we don't really need to stop off at the inn at all because we haven't done anything. Does this shop have anything cool? Perhaps it does, perhaps it doesn't. Dagger, spear, longsword, longbow. Okay, nothing we haven't already seen. I don't remember if it was knife or dagger we had before. I think it was dagger the whole time. Maybe the armor will be better. Not that we can afford much of anything right now, anyway. Bronze shield, bronze helm. Silver plate? Okay. How much does the garlic sell for? 50. Sure, we'll go ahead and sell that then. Sell the longsword as well. Antidotes actually sell for quite a bit. Eye drops too. Okay, hang on. A possibility. I might regret this idea, but I'm gonna actually sell the ether we got for free. Because restoring MP is great and all, but as long as I'm managing it sensibly, we won't need to restore it this way, outside of an emergency. But this will mean silver armor for everybody. So I think that's worth it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey there, Natra. Hope you enjoy your lunch. Glad to see timing worked out. $15 for you. 15 for you. 15 for you. And I forgot that I wasn't actually giving any real armor to Mindu before, but you know what? I went ahead and bought him the silver plate so he can have it. We had stolen his copper plate before, which apparently is actually the same as bronze mail, so stealing that was actually ultimately pointless as it turns out. Oh well. Sell all this back and we'll see what we can do with the money from that. Okay, so we got 900 and 43 left. I did not mean to leave that menu entirely. Bronze shield doesn't help Gus. Yeah, really, I don't think there's ever going to be a Final Fantasy, because they will continue to milk that series until the heat of the universe. We'll go ahead and grab a bronze glove for Maria. Get her defense up a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, but if they did that, the marketing would not be anywhere near as effective. Though I can't exactly say that the final part of Final Fantasy is effective marketing at this point either. Could you imagine trying to search for it, though, if it was just called Fantasy? Ugh. Okay, so we talked to everybody, we bought good stuff. I don't think there's anything else left for us. We just gotta find that sewer entrance that we were just told about. They weren't very known at all yet, I don't think, yeah. I don't know if they were completely nobodies when they did this. I don't remember, to be honest, because I only ever heard the story of this once, and I didn't care enough to dig. So, you'd have to ask somebody who actually researched that for a better answer than I think so. Because I believe they were in financial trouble when they made Final Fantasy 1. So they made that in the hopes of saving themselves, pretty much, was the story I remember hearing. Like, it was kind of like a Final Gambit type deal. Like, this is our final shot. Which, considering the naming, it makes sense, but whether that's actually true or not, you'd have to ask somebody that was there. Well done on hitting a 90 now, Natra. Good lord. Okay, what's in the box? well, I got the longsword I just sold back, so that works out. Yeah, neither was I. I existed, I want to say, but I did not exist in the right place. Oh, hey, I got the garlic I sold back, too. Okay, so we're definitely in a sewer. Doesn't really seem like the sewer itself is notable in any way, and we're just fighting the same things we fought in the cave. So, no real need to use my magic yet. And honestly, these things weren't a threat when we were in the cave with them before, and they certainly aren't a threat now. It's a hell of a thing to think about, isn't it? That the concept of so many things happening even before we came to exist ourselves. Four hits and you only did 26. We really need to get Maria a better bow, or I just start committing harder to having her just be a constant caster. I already have a longbow. God damn it, game. That's a lot of enemies. It's a shame that it's a lot of basically meaningless enemies, but you know... Here, burn for your sins of existing. As you can see, level 2 fire does at least do enough. It's not remarkable particularly damage, but it's useful. Fire 1, however, nowhere near as effective. But, you know, double the MP cost for more or less double the damage is a fair exchange. As long as I keep picking up more antidotes, we'll honestly just have infinite money, because they're 100 each. And I hadn't really even thought about selling them till now. I didn't realize how many I had. Let's actually go back up top. Those stairs looked like they were leading forward. And I would like to make sure that I'm not leaving behind anything useful or worthwhile. Since we're not really under any threat here, I don't have to rush. If we were having trouble, I would absolutely just be beelining to get us out of here. Though it would be also quite likely to get us killed if I beelined when we were already dying. But, you know, that's the risk you take to try to make things move forward. Mindu gained agility. Oh, and I still don't fully understand how the leveling works. I didn't research it at all. I'm just still going off of what I'm figuring out as we go. Just as a point of clarity for everybody. But something I noticed that was odd was Gus's evasion went up when we were going through the random battles earlier. And he hadn't even been attacked in the combat where his evasion went up. It just kind of happened. So I wonder if there's like an air of randomness to it as well. Like, it's primarily about what you're doing, but there's, like, some random garbo in there, too. I don't know. Okay, this was a pointless hallway that I turned around to check, and I'm not surprised that that's exactly what we found going back. Oh, it turns out, by the way, these balloons are actually, like, really weak to fire. In a surprising turn of events, since they look like bombs. But I guess it's because they're green. That should have clued me in that they're not immune to fire like bombs are. I don't know. This balloon is a creature in the bomb family that I've seen in other Final Fantasy related games before. But I could never remember the to deal with them. They just look like bombs that were green. Here, I'll actually show off what I mean with that. No, don't blow up the team. It'd be funny, but don't do that. You see, even with it spread across them, it did a lot. They are, like, egregiously weak to it. I just thought that was interesting. Zombies. This is not our first encounter with zombies. We found them accidentally when we were going to go deal with the turtle in the first dungeon. And now they're gone. Okay, now let's actually explore the next floor properly, instead of immediately wheeling around. I do wonder if we'll actually start encountering anything new down here, or if this whole place is just gonna be the same enemies as before, which would really be a shame. But as was mentioned last time, this came out pretty quickly after the first one, so I suppose we should be thankful that there would be anything new going on. Or, I should say, the original version of this came out soon after the original version of Final Fantasy I. Just bear in mind, this is more or less a redone version of it. This is the PS1 Final Fantasy Origins version. It had gone through a couple iterations before getting to this point. This was just the first English one, as far as I'm aware. Dead end. One thing I'm already happier about is I can at least see a little bit further around me, which is very helpful. The encounter rate is definitely higher, as far as I can tell, which is not ideal, but these encounters are also a lot less nerve-wracking than Final Fantasy I's were, where every encounter could potentially have been the death of me, either through random stun or just something just having an instant kill move. At the very least, the RPG genre would be different. I don't know if fantasy itself would be that different. There's a lot of the things Final Fantasy did, others did too. At the same time, if not before. So I don't know about that part. It's like even the mix of technology and fantasy and all of that were done by many other groups in and around the same time. Might and Magics did it, the Wizardries did it, Phantasy Star obviously did it, though Phantasy Star was after for some of it. I think at the same time, if not before, for a couple of them? My timelining on that in my brain is not accurate, so I cannot guarantee that. Okay, this looks like a serious encounter here. So let's get everybody topped up in terms of health. It's still an interesting thing to think about, like how the future would have changed if a series was removed entirely. Like if Final Fantasy never existed, I think RPGs would have still developed mostly on the same lines, but it would have had different timing, and some of the tropes wouldn't exist, or at least the tropes would be less common. Oh, the Dark Knight's still here, as it turns out. The Dreadnought is now complete. You fools thought I'd leave without finishing my duty. Give up. You stand no chance against the Emperor. I will leave you to decide your fate. Goodbye, for now. Well, that's easy. Oh, you now, huh? Take that! Really? I'm gonna assume the Dreadnought's gonna fly away, and that's gonna be a problem. Okay, you know, I see why they were scared of this thing now. That's actually pretty significant. Like, this isn't just a big airship. That's a big metal airship with a lot stacked on it. We fucked up our job. This is a problem. Anyway, going back in the sewers to cry about my life now. Now, where Borghen came from, though, is there something for us to steal? Pretty much. Our target just flew away laughing at us, so, that's a problem. We also have no idea where it's going. Like, an easy guess would be if they knew where our base was, they'd be going there to destroy it. But we have no indication that they know that the princess is in Altair. Oh, we got the pass. That might be useful later still, though. It did. Problem is, it can fly. It could have started going that way and then gone north, east, west, wherever the fuck it wanted as soon as it was out of sight. Now, we were told that that pass was going to be needed to get onto the Dreadnought. The good news about that is I assume they're not going to be smart enough to change these passes over time, so we can probably still use it to board the airship wherever it ends up. And this is a teleporter. Where's it teleporting me to? Dang it. It would have been very funny if it just happened to teleport me to the Dreadnought. But hey, the evil occupation of Bafsk has ended because they had no reason to be here anymore, so they fucked off. So that's good. We did it. We saved the town by showing up too late. But you know, maybe that's better than us having shown up on time, because the town probably would have burned to the ground in the process. So maybe we are the real heroes here. Or for being late. Since I've got the money, let's go ahead and pick up Asuna. Actually, let me double check what Asuna versus Basuna does again, because Mindu has both of them. Here's temporary status, cures regular status. Then yeah, Asuna is more important than Basuna. Yep, Bafsk, the great city name of Bafsk. Yeah, the reasoning behind getting Asuna rather than Basuna is temporary status effects will wear off after combat. Other ones do not go away, so I'm more concerned about being able to get rid of the ones that don't go away. It really does remind me of my era where most of my names were me just rolling my hand across the keyboard after picking a starting letter. Surprisingly ended up with a lot of shockingly coherent names that way. So usually I would knock a couple letters out of it after the hand roll happened. Like, okay, these don't fit. Knock those out. There you go. Now it looks like a name. And you just go from there. I mean, you almost ended up with Kefka there. So, you know what? You already fit in. Perfect. It works out. Yeah, it's Kefka. This is when it turns out that that's a slur in some random language, and he's just like, you know what? Had no idea. There we are. That's the blessing and curse of the amount of languages that exist. If you're worried about it to that degree, you will end up with a perpetual landmine of language. But what it really boils down to is if you do end up saying something awful in a language you don't know, just admit, hey, I didn't know, I fucked up, I won't say it again. There you go. And everybody can move on with their lives. That excuse, of course, does not work for well-known ones. That doesn't fly at that point. But if it's like something from a language spoken in a country of like 6 people or something, you know, you can't really be blamed for that. Oh yeah, it's almost certainly fine. I cannot think of a language that would spell anything like that. That this was more of a joke turned public service announcement deal. Were the roofs here always blue? I feel like these weren't blue before. Yeah, you know, they definitely weren't blue before and they weren't blown open before, that's for sure. I think we might have an idea where the Dreadnought went. Not sure, but I get a feeling the Dreadnought was here. Like, this place wasn't great before, but I'm pretty sure they managed to lower the property value around here even further, which is just impressive. That's true. They could have just had a really wild party around here. Gonna have to ask the locals what happened. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna make it. Well, you're walking around just fine, so walk it off. My sweet daughter, she died. Ah, you know, you're right. Could just have been like a hurricane or something. The Dreadnought attacked us. Well, there you go. There's your proof. Unless they're just blaming the Dreadnought for their bad construction. Which, you know, it would be convenient. See, exactly, yeah. Let's go ahead and pick up shield. Because that was something I wanted to grab. See, but that only works if they've got actual people that'll do the construction here, though. I don't think they're too likely to get too much in the way of traveling construction workers around here. What with the monsters everywhere. Now, if the Empire were smart, though, they'd drop up all this stuff, destroy everything, and then conveniently have a bunch of Imperial-paid construction workers just come in afterwards. Totally just a bunch of mysterious benefactors that just happen to be there, though. Totally not Empire aligned at all. You know, you're right about that, too. It does lower their taxes, though they do have to fix the holes. So by the time they fix the holes so that the roof doesn't leak, they probably put their value back, so... This is also true. Really, it's just a great racket for the Empire, is what we're getting at here. All of these totally non-Imperial services cropping up right after the Empire causes problems. So to be fair, these monsters might just be normal, natural things here and have nothing to do with the Empire. Most worlds in the Final Fantasy universe seem to have just a monster problem for reasons. You know, I think they might have figured out where we were, or they just decided scorched earth, we're just gonna bomb the shit out of every town that isn't ours. And, you know, that may have worked. Let's find out what the damage is. Yeah, everybody seems to be fine. Maybe Cid knows the great battleship's weakness. After all, he did build the airship. I'm sure he has all the answers to your machinery questions. Yeah, you know, it would make sense to talk to Cid. Dreadnought attacked us here, but our headquarters somehow survived. Yeah, you only did get the one hole in the roof. That's really not that bad, all things considered. All the people who were outside the town were killed. Well, that's less good. We must destroy the Dreadnought to prevent further bloodshed. We will hold up here until you return. I mean, we're already here. Dear Lord, I ask thee to save the king's life. Ah, that was scary. We must destroy... Yep. Talked about that already. Dreadnought finally came to Altair, but fortunately our hideout suffered no damage. We gathered all the townsfolk to take shelter here. The good news is that still works as a cover because they'll just say we brought everybody here because this was the only undamaged building. Maybe they just mean no serious damage. This is not like the place is on fire or anything. I knew it. Everything was just too much for you lads to handle. God damn it, old man. No faith. No faith at all. Many people were hurt in the Dreadnought's raid. Father's illness has worsened, and I understand he thinks he's nearing death. Well, that's a shame. You know what? That's fair, Ernatra. Mindu, is there anything we can do? All living creatures were born to die. It cannot be helped. But my duty is to serve those who are suffering. Go on, continue your journey. I will remain here and take care of the injured ones. Right after I bought you silver armor. This is exactly what I was expecting to happen at some point. Of course he was gonna leave the party because he was so many levels ahead. I'm glad I picked up shield and such before he left. Period. The Dreadnought must be destroyed. We cannot endure this much longer. Well, you know, you're removing one of the potent team members we have for going and stopping the Dreadnought, so this is kind of counterintuitive to your goal here. Well, did he at least leave his stuff with me? Nope, of course he didn't. And away he went. Yep, definitely a good thing I bought Shield and Asuna when I did then. Though there is something I plan to pick up for Gus as well, because I've been doing some thinking. Gus has the highest health. He is one of the ones who absolutely should have a revive spell, because he's guaranteed to be one of the last ones still standing. Logically. What I'm actually going to do, though, is as I get enough money to do so, everyone will have the life spell. His simple logic. This way, anybody who has a moment to spare without doing something significantly more important can just pick up whoever's downed, instead of it having to be reliant on the healer. Especially considering the reality where the healer's the one who blows up. So, you know, also a consideration. My biggest concern about losing Mindu is we've lost a good, like, near 300 hit point soak off the team. That's actually my big concern there, and the mana battery, essentially. So now we are going to be completely reliant on Maria for healing. Which makes it a good thing that she was practicing. I'm sure we'll be picking up another fourth party member at some point. Yeah, I guess it's off to talk to Sid, though, about what the weakness of the Dreadnought would be and whether he's willing to fly his airship after the Dreadnought. Because that seems like as likely a move as any, is we just chase after the Dreadnought on Sid's airship. Is what better way to catch something that flies than to fly I-2? And we've seen him flying around, so we know Sid's airship's still airborne. They didn't just bomb the shit out of his airship when it was on the ground like they really should have. So I wouldn't be surprised if his airship's faster than the Dreadnought. So it's not like they'd be able to catch him in the air. They'd have to kick him while he's down. Though Sid's not here, he's in the other town. He's in Palom. Because we need to go to the pub, and the pub's in the other one. Oh wait, no, we're in Palom right now. It's Poft we're going to again. I get these two towns mixed up as they're basically the same town. They're both towns with a bunch of NPCs that don't really matter, that exist purely as a connecting point between the two land masses. So I suppose there's one... never mind. I was gonna say there's one very clear indicator between the two towns, and one town has holes in the roof now, but no, they both do. They both got bombed, so never mind. You want to ride the airship? Give your guild to the guy behind me. Okay, no, they're still operating the same way. Want to ride the only airship in the world? We'll take you anywhere in a flash. Of course, it requires some of you-know-what. You still make that sound so bad, buddy. Yeah, it really isn't the only airship in the world anymore, all things considered. Considering, you know, the Dreadnought exists. Which, if I had free and clear dialogue options, I would absolutely have said to Sid, like, hey, your airship sucks compared to the Dreadnought. Actually, we did have the opportunity to talk about other things, so what I probably am supposed to do is just say Dreadnought to Sid. So actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do, is I'm going to tell him the Dreadnought's better than his airship. You only need to blow up the engine of the Dreadnought. Blow it to smithereens. I mean, I don't know if the engine room will destroy the whole thing, but it'll probably drag it out of the air at the very least, because it won't have any lift anymore. Oh, there we go. The airship runs on Sunfire, as does the Dreadnought. Memorize Sunfire, because that's probably going to be useful. The Sunfire can't be controlled easily. You get too much flame in it might just blow up in your face. There we go. All we gotta do is overload it. There's the key. We overload the Dreadnought's engines and the whole thing's gonna go to pieces. He didn't know what Mithril is. Yeah, this is actually good information. This is why I actually like the Tell Me About system that this has, which, honestly, most games with a Tell Me About system end up actually being very useful. Doesn't care about the ring. You know what else is better than your airship, Sid? This canoe. You want to know why? Because I don't have to pay for this. I'm also glad Mindu didn't take his canoe back when he left. That would have been a problem. See, we still have a problem, though. We have the problem of how do we get onto the Dreadnought still. Sid was able to tell us how to destroy the Dreadnought, but he was not helpful in finding a way to get to the Dreadnought. Somebody in here probably does tell me what I need to know. Dreadnought came and it opened fire, killing everyone. Yeah, that's what those things do. You're the one who sells me passage on the boat, so you're not useful. There's really, like, nobody walking around outside considering, you know, the bombing that happened, so... Maybe there's something else I'm supposed to talk to Cid about? We don't really have any leads at the moment. Well, that's expected. Everything's a process in these games. I'm just trying to work through the thought process that they could have had here. You know... I'm gonna go for the stupid answer. Is with the way this game's been so far, I'm going to assume that I have to now go back, tell the Resistance about Sunfire, and then somehow that will lead to useful things happening. Ignoring the fact that we should be able to just go sort this out ourselves, since it's our job to go sort this out. Alternatively, we go talk to the blacksmith about Sunfire, because he might know something about it too. And if that doesn't lead anywhere, we'll just start running around talking to anybody we can talk to and figure something out. I fully expect this to end up being another one of those the answer's kind of stupid situations. The reason I was looking at the map, though, is I'm operating on that theory that the yellow dot is where I'm meant to be right now. Which is why I was still poking and prodding at that town. But what it might have been telling me is the fact that I needed to go to the ferry. Which would then imply that I'm meant to be going back here. Thanks to Mindu, Father seems to be in better condition these days. Sunfire is Cassian's symbol. Its light illuminates the castle's ground floor even today. This is why Cassian's on the list to fly to. I actually almost clicked Cassian when we were on the airship menu, because I'm like, this is the only place I haven't been to that's on this list, but I couldn't afford to go there, so I didn't. But the logic was already tracking. I've heard stories about the flame from Scott and Gordon. Uh-huh. This is gonna be where Scott suddenly becomes useful. Oh, I ended up hitting the button. Perhaps the Sunfire can destroy the Empire's dreadnought. Cid literally told us that, Firion. Please keep up. Perhaps it can. Please go to Cassian at once. Cid should provide you with the transportation. But I wonder how the magical flame can be brought back. We'll let them help us with that. I'm sure they've got a method for carrying magic fire around. But there we go, that sorts that out. Yeah, it's all about prompting the right dialogues. Because that's how these systems always work. If you've got a keyword system, you need to use the right keyword to make the right reaction happen. That's just how it works. And save the game. We are gonna need to make up the money to go to Cassian, though, unless Cid's willing to take us there for free suddenly because of the situation. Like, maybe the princess will have paid him in advance or something. The good news is, if it does need the 400, we can just sell a couple antidotes and we'll have the money in seconds. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm worried about. It's like, you know, no, I still gotta make my money, boss. No. Which is why I was implying that the princess would have paid for our fare in advance, but obviously that's not going to be that convenient. It would also be funny if I could just like hand him a stack of antidotes, like, here. I'm not gonna make the trip to the item shop to sell these, but these are worth 400. Just take it and let me fucking ride my airship. You can have an extra one for your trouble. I've also lost so much money riding these fucking ferries back and forth. Good luck with work, Natra. Just keep whacking the goblins. Crush them all. And away! I also noticed something kind of weird. And this is going to be a weird thing to talk about, but I want to bring it up because I'm curious if other people have ended up observing the same thing. So, I got a handful of new followers recently. But what I've noticed, and there's a chance this is just a case of me just losing followers as fast as I'm gaining them, which does happen. There's a world in which that's the case. But I noticed even as I was gaining those, the number didn't change. Like, somehow it just stayed at the exact same number it was before. And I just found that fascinating that that somehow conveniently ended up lining up exactly. Like, ordinarily I'd be upset about that, but it's just a hell of a thing that it just happened to be the exact same balance. I really should just sell the longsword as well. I'm not gonna end up using it. I have made the decision now. Keeping somebody with a shield is probably wise because that raises his odds of surviving. And if I'm gonna go with the logic of everybody has the life spell later on, then that gives him a chance to be the one to revive people when we need him to. Speaking of, which spells were in this town? How much did they cost? Was this the one with shield? Or was it the other one? This was the one with shield. Okay. Well, now that we don't have Mindu, it's more important to grab Blink and Shell right now as well. I now have a consideration to make, though. Do I just put all of the support spells on Maria, or do I split them between Firion and Maria? The thing is, if I put Shield and Shell on two different people, I can get them both up on the same turn. And reduce the odds of us just getting blasted turn one by something. That does, however, also impede Firion lighting off with attack spells right off, and it splits his MP between attack and defense spells, which is not ideal. You may notice Gus isn't a consideration here. That's because Gus's entire purpose is going to be reviving people and teleporting us out of there. Because he's not ever going to be intended to have lots of MP. He's just going to be the beef that hits the thing with an axe. That's his purpose in life. Now, our fourth could end up being the alternate support caster as well, or even just the primary attack caster. Or depending on what the nature of our fourth is. Which is why I didn't really want to rush these decisions. This is a decision that has to happen. So I tell you what, I'm actually going to just hold those books for the moment. Because we have inventory space. I don't need to make that decision right now. Because I'm assuming we're going to pick up a fourth character when we go where we're going. Because I find it unlikely that they'll make us fight in that area with just 3. Oh, and a specific note about that 50% discount. There is only today and tomorrow left for that. If you want to pick anything up, you have to put the commission request in before midnight tomorrow. You have a time limit on that. Mentioning that since that popped up. And the ads are going to be starting here soon, so bear that in mind as well. Just gonna quickly run through all of his dialogue again for a second here. Yep. Okay, no free ride. Didn't think so. Because of buying the spells, I'm actually 4 gills short. God damn it. I didn't look at the money I had. That's on me. Everybody's at full health, full mana, so I at least don't need to worry about an in stop. There's also a world in which I get Shield, Shell, and Blink for both Firion and Maria. Just, like, get them both all of the above. Alright, we got a deal. Now we'll prepare the airship for takeoff, so come to the airfield outside this town. As soon as I figure out where the airfield is, you got it, boss. I assume we'll just see the airship sitting somewhere. Oh yeah, you know what? It makes sense that it be this open space back here. And away! That looks really weird. I'm assuming that's a graphical glitch that's happening there. That's upsetting to look at. We'll see about fixing that in the future. Since the ads are about to start, though, I don't know if I want to hard commit to going in there quite yet. We are absolutely going to save the game. And considering how dangerous this could be, I'm actually going to save separately for this one. Just in case we end up in, like, an unwinnable situation over here. And then I will revert to the previous save if it feels like I'm not going to be able to make any headway here. So let's actually nose around out here a little bit. Okay, just a lot of the things we've faced before. Not too big a deal. While the ad is running, of course, I am going to get up for a moment as well. So actually, I'm just going to leave y'all with the exciting combat music. Just enjoy the view of Gus being poisoned for a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, that actually worked out timing-wise perfect. Back to it. For those of you that were in ads, you didn't miss anything. Didn't even finish this combat, because I got up while the ads were running. But I left the combat going because the music here is more energetic and more fun for people that weren't stuck in the ads. Made more sense, you know? But time to go enter Cassian. Castle Cassian, floor 1. Well, there's a flame right there. The Sunfire is burning. I'm kind of surprised I can even ask the Sunfire anything. What this means to me is that there's like a bottle or something we're gonna need to get, and then we walk over to this Sunfire and we pick it up. Oh, and there's combat in here. Of course there is. Yeah, so I guess this castle's fallen into disrepair then. Great success. It's nothing remarkable so far, but I have a feeling that'll change. Guess the doors are only path. Now it's the boys again. Like, I see how this would be more dangerous very early, just because of the volume of enemies. And if you hear the munching, it's because I picked up a cookie while I was up and about on my break. More antidotes. Door's locked. Huh. So we can't actually do anything here in the immediate then. No, but Goblin Prince. Look at that. Just a random prince just out in the middle of a field. That really didn't take much at all, huh? No, and a free longbow. Every time I sell one, I get another one, I swear. Dang it. I'm going to assume, much like magic is the method by which your MP grows, your endurance is how your HP grows. Which is why Gus's HP grows so fast, because he's got 24 endurance. Though Furion does have 21 endurance, and his HP's not that much higher than Maria's. He also hasn't had as many times where HP goes up, though, because he's not been just getting bashed about the head all the time like Gus has. Oh, there's a dot below us. So let's go check what that is out. Chocobo Forest, huh? Congratulations, you've caught a chocobo. What? Oh, I guess we just have a chocobo now. Okay. Catching this chocobo was very easy. This will help travel immensely. Okay, we're back to Bafsk. Oh, the chocobo runs away, though. Hmm. I know what I did wrong. Remember when they mentioned that Scott and Gordon knew something about Cassian? We forgot to talk to them. So what I should have done was talk to them. They probably would have given me the key. Or at least told me where to get the key. Now, I could load my save, but I'm just gonna accept the fact that I screwed up. Because we did pick up the free longbow and things like that. So we'll just spend the extra time walking back and paying for my sins. Gus is even stronger now. Where's flying that helicopter? It's flying real low. That's a lot of goblins. Completely pointless army of goblins, but an army of goblins nonetheless. Yeah, the funny thing is, as soon as Gus's intelligence went up when I was having him playing around with Warp earlier, his intelligence literally went back down the next encounter. It was funny. Just further proof that Gus is not meant to have intelligence. Gus is meant to be strong, not smart. The airship is still sitting on the landing pad, though. I wonder if we could just take it back to Cassian again. Once I correct my mistakes. Why did Gus do so little damage there? He did like a 23 and an 18. He's just a basic goblin. Also, can I keep getting these like 6 goblin parties? Because they're worth a lot of money, please, and thank you. Make up for the mistake I made. Like, I'm gonna have to burn another or near 40 gold just going back. And I potentially am gonna have to spend another 400 going back to Cassian. Also, the fact that there's just a chocobo field right under Cassian indicates to me that they fully expected people to be curious go over there and then realize they need to leave. So they left you the chocobos down there to get back. Which is actually clever. Whether they intended it that way necessarily or not, that's still very kind of them. I'm going to give credit, whether it's due or not, for that. I cannot think of why else there would be just a random chocobo field conveniently directly below a place where you could end up having a locked door that you didn't realize you needed to have a key for. There we go, another batch of enemies cleared out. Oh, you know why I forgot to talk to him? It's because he wasn't in his usual spot behind the headquarters. So he must be in one of the other rooms. That's why I didn't even think to talk to him. Is he in with the king? No, Mindu is, but Scott is. How about down here? Are you down here, Scott? Oh. Did he fuck off somewhere? Yeah, no, he's not here. Well, I feel less bad about not talking to him, but now I gotta figure out where the hell he ran off to. Did she mention where he is? Yeah, heard stories about the flame from Scott and Gordon. Okay, that's the piece I missed. For instance, no ordinary torch can carry it. That's fine, I expected as much because it's fancy fire. Yeah, they direct you to go to Cassian at once. And go there, but the door's locked, so we clearly need to go find Scott. I think Scott's the one that lived. It was either Scott or Gordon that lived, and I don't remember who was who. Where the fuck did he end up then? I mean, it's not like he blew up. If he blew up, I feel like Hilda would have mentioned that. I was honestly half expecting to have run into him just out and about. Where we were going. Like, we would have landed and it would have been like, hey, oh, you're here too. I'm here investigating the Sunfire. No, not so much. I'm busy, don't you see? Shoo, shoo. All right, old man. He's not here anymore. Oh, there's mithril armor. You know, in hindsight, I don't know why I didn't think about that sooner. Give me a couple mithril helms. We're gonna have some stuff to figure out. We're gonna keep the silver armor because I already bought that for the time being. But at the very least, we'll upgrade a couple of our helmets to mithril from bronze. Didn't even think to look in here. We need to keep enough money to be able to fly back in case we need to pay again. Okay. So there's a piece missing. I don't remember him mentioning that he was gonna go anywhere or anything, so I don't know if we even have a lead for where the hell he would end up being. Still no idea what impacts agility growth either. Yeah, no, it just keeps telling me about the ferry back and forth here. So I'm wondering if that dot's actually just telling you, like, hey, this is how you go back and forth. Not actually telling me anything useful then. We were already up at Gatry and Finn before, and that's where we found the one that died. So I don't think he'd be there. He could be, though. Like, there's a world in which he goes there to, like, mourn his brother. Worth a check, I guess. I feel like this is gonna be a waste of our time, but it can't hurt to check. Because it's a logic that is worth pursuing to a certain degree. I don't know if my logic's sound or not on that, but that's the only thing I can think of for something that he would go do. Since he wasn't mentioned as going off on any particular mission for the rebellion. You have here, Egatria. Right. Useless shit. Which, you know, makes sense because we would have been going here first. Yeah, it looks like it's just a town. Town with a whole lot of nothing going on. Going back to Finn is probably not worth it, but I'm gonna poke my head over there anyway. If I was particularly concerned about money, what I would do is I would just load the save so I didn't burn the money going to Cassian in the first place. But money is kind of like infinitely growable, so it's not particularly a problem. Okay, this place is still occupied, which is not a surprise. What I'm gonna do is go back to the secret room, see if the other one is there now. Whichever one's the one that didn't die. See if he went to go where his brother had died. Not that we told him in any of the text that we had with him that I can think of, but maybe that's one of those, like, oh yeah, we did tell him, just didn't print it out that we told him type deal. Which, you know, within the realm of possibility. I feel like this is the most long shot option we have. Which is why I'm checking it first and getting it out of the way. Nope, there's nobody down here. Okay, that solves that mystery. We may as well just scarp her right on out of town then. So that rules out Gatria and Finn. Could be we have to go back to Salamand. It's more likely that I just didn't do something I needed to do, and I'm just on a whole wild goose chase because I missed something. Which is not outside the realm of possibility. It may also be that you're meant to take that chocobo in a different direction and then go find something. And then come back to Cassian. Like, you're meant to still be over in that area of the world. And then come back. That is also completely within the realm of possibility as well. I completely blanked on just going straight for the water to go across. I'm busy pondering like all of the red strings connecting 30 different thoughts here, trying to piece together what I'm supposed to be doing right now. I feel like they wouldn't have mentioned Scott and Gordon if they weren't relevant. And especially since we're down a party member, it would make sense. Actually, you know what? I should go back to Altair for a second. I just had a thought. Because I did neglect to talk to Mindu and the King. I should probably talk to them in case they say something about where Scott went. That could be worthwhile. But yeah, considering we're down a party member, it would make sense for Scott to also fill in as our fourth party member. Is why I've kind of locked onto that idea as well. And since we had inspired Scott to fight again with his brother's dying words, it would also make a degree of sense for him to use that as his opportunity to help. Like, he has his motivation and everything right there. Just a matter of figuring out where the fuck he scarpered off to. It is his spirit that is most hurt, not his body. This is not something a physician can cure. Oh, there is something interesting here. Every 3 years, a ritual of fire is held. The sunfire is transferred to Aegil's torch so its altar can be purified. Okay, so we now know about Aegil's torch, though it's not in red, so I'm assuming I can't memorize it. No, I can't. Sid gave up everything he had for the airship, his knighthood, honors, family, and all. The Dreadnought and the airship both operate on the same mechanical principles. He has nothing to say about Mithril, nothing to say about Wild Rose. What about this canoe? Nope. Ring? Nope. How about this pass that we picked up together? Nope. Okay. Who are you, King? Oh. Many good men died in the Dreadnought's attack. Sometimes wonder if we should surrender to the Empire. There we go! That's what I needed. Scott sealed the gates of Castle Cassian to protect the Sunfire in case his army was defeated. You will need the goddess's bell to lift the doors again. I knew I was missing something. I should have talked to these two before, but I'm like, the king's dying and Mindu's healing him. They're clearly gonna be busy. But I needed the goddess bell information. Only the Cassian clan knows the bell's whereabouts. Okay, so this, again, does prove the logic I was following of I need to find Scott. Unless, again, I'm getting the names wrong and it's Gordon that's the one that's alive, but it doesn't matter. Whichever of the two that's alive is the one I need to find. you know anything about the Goddess Bell. Okay, Gordon is the one that's alive. Gordon should know where the bell is, but we do not know where he has disappeared to. Someone who has been close to Scott and Gordon may know where it is. Princess Hilda, perhaps? So this is really just a long talk about Chain, leading back to the same origin point. Fucking just a bunch of yapping. Yes, Scott and Gordon have mentioned that before. Cassian's doors only respond to the voice of a family member or to the sound of a magical bell. The bell is supposedly hidden deep within a cave in the Snowlands. You do not intend to go there, I hope. Oh, if only Gordon were here, you wouldn't have to risk your lives like this. I wonder where he's gone. Well, regret is pointless now. I can only pray for your safe return. Joseph knows the snowfields as he does his own garden. He may have some good advice to offer. So I was right to go to Salamand. His Joseph's in Salamand. I love how I had the right answer for the wrong reasons. I also only just noticed that Maria is in a different kneel than everybody else. Like, as you can see, both of her legs pointing back instead of clearly having one knee up like the other two do. Which makes sense, considering. It's just interesting that they actually bothered to model that. So it may also be that they've just used a rotated version of their I'm dying kneeling sprite for that, too. Or vice versa, like the kneeling sprite for combat might just be a scaled up and spun version of that sprite. Could be either. If you notice me turning my head a decent amount, which you'd only be able to tell by being able to notice the change in audio, it's because I'm keeping an eye on the weather since it's supposed to get all stormy and nasty again. Not necessarily storm, just like lots of rain was all that was mentioned, but I'm keeping an eye on the situation regardless. So I just occasionally am turning my head. Since this is not a point of no return, though, with Cassian and everything, I'm gonna go ahead and save over the original save and just carry on as we were. Because as I said, I'm accepting the choices I've made up to this point. This does mean we need to get all the way back over to Salamand and then find out what the deal there is. And the reason I'm accepting this reality and not blaming the game, by the way, is because I'm the one who decided to hair off to Cassian because Cassian was mentioned without following up and checking with everyone before I went. That is entirely my own fault at that point. Now, you could say that it's a little long in the tooth to have the dialogue laid out this way. And that's not wrong. But it also makes sense. So I can't really call all that too bad a thing there, really. Like, if it didn't make sense, I would be upset about it. But it fits with the way the game is being portrayed here and how the systems work. Yeah, I was right. Salamand is up there. Need to take the boat to Poft and then go up. And that's why it kept telling me to take the ferry again when I was over there. It's like, hey, stupid, there's something else in Altair you need. Hey, dum-dum. Hey, dum-dum. That's why you can take the airship to Salamand as well, is because you have to go back there. That's why the airship goes to the specific places that it does. I should have thought of that sooner, because I thought it was weird that it went to those particular places and nowhere else. But in hindsight, that makes perfect sense. That's a lot of goblins. Give me your money. Shaking the goblins down for their lunch money. It is kind of funny that so far I went through all this effort to get my MP up enough to be able to use it, and we haven't used it at all. Oh, really? An argument can be made that I should be casting, like, the shield spell and such to get it trained up while we're doing these encounters. That also reduces the amount of time Maria gets to attack, which slows these fights down and everything, too. So it's a balancing act. But the idea would be to level those spells up, as I assume the amount it defends, or how long it lasts, ends up being the benefit of leveling it. I have forgotten what voice I gave you. Thank you so much for saving my daughter. Morgan threatened me into lying, so I couldn't just tell you the truth. If there's anything I can do to help you, just let me know. Goddess Bell. You will not make it to the Ice Cavern without my snowcraft. I hid the snowcraft inside the mines. On the first level, a blue rock marks the entry to a secret room to the right. It's in there. I knew that rock was special! Well, let's go. Oh, he's joining me now. So he's the fourth party member for the moment. Okay. Which means Gordon's just fucked off somewhere completely then. That is not the face I expected to see for you. You've got no weapons, you've got garlic and a potion and leather armor. My dude. Well, his skill is unarmed, so clearly he's meant to be punching things. So I'm gonna let him do what he does. I also find it hilarious that he's just got garlic and a potion. I assume it's technically because there's a lot of undead out in the snow, probably. But I just like to think that he seasons his potions with the garlic. Because he doesn't like the taste of them. Okay, so we gotta go back in the mines again, go fetch the snowcraft, and then go where I need to be going. This really does feel like a very left field journey, considering the main thing we were told was go to Cassian. But at the end of the day, it makes sense because of the context. Okay. Okay. Remember, it is worthwhile to respect the unarmed arts. Fisticuffs in these games does actually work. Though usually you need to be an actual, like, legit monk or have a special skill to use it, but here it doesn't seem to matter. You just need high strength and some unarmed training, and you just can punch like a god. And you know what? I ain't gonna argue with it. Makes you wonder a little bit, though, how he wasn't able to just protect his family and everything just fine on his own with punches like these. But he is only one man. If they say got his daughter before he had a chance to react, then, you know, kind of stuck in an awkward position there. And I would complain about this being the third time I've had to go to this mine, just straight up, not counting the grinding trip I did, but technically the second trip was my own fault because I missed a thing in there and turned around for it. I could have avoided that trip entirely. I do wonder if you could have gotten the Snowcraft without having to come back in here, though. Like, do you actually need to know that this is a thing? Okay, considering he had to do a thing, yes, you'd have to have Yosef with you. When Yosef pushed a small rock, a hidden passageway appeared. So it had like a button. At the back of this room is the Snowcraft that I hid. Obtain Snowcraft from the treasure chest. I'm gonna be lazy. Well, actually, I shouldn't warp 5 feet now. I was gonna warp out of here, but then I remembered that it takes, like, all of Gus's health. And then I would have to cast Cure a bunch to heal him. His Maria's healing is not that good yet. A bunch of Goblin Guards will last long enough to make it at least worth casting this. Because we're gonna hit the inn on our way back anyway, probably. Or, you know, you'll just miss most of the party. Way to go, Maria. So I take it that's what leveling shield is gonna be for, is making it actually work on your party members. It missed them again. Weird. I'm starting to wonder if something we're wearing is actually making the magic not work. Which would be very funny. And see, the reason for the query there is the fact that it worked on Yosef and nobody else. Yosef's the only one without the mithril. Actually, no, because Maria doesn't have a mithril helmet either. And we already oh no, we didn't cast any buffs on ourselves with the silver plate on. So the silver plate might be doing it. That's a world that exists. Which, if silver plate makes you more protected against magic, I'm happy that I ended up buying that without realizing the mithril armor existed. The fact that we did receive another character with over 200 hit points, though, really does make me wonder if I'm supposed to have trained everybody up to have 200 hit points. Like, if they just fully expect that to be a thing you're doing. Now, the other thing is, they didn't really say where to use the Snowcraft. I'm assuming it's to get up to this. Like, this is probably the place that they're talking about. Because it's up in the snow. And the fact that the map has dots on it's really the only thing giving me much to work with here. Like I said, we'll stop off in town and hit the inn for recharging MP purposes and such. So I'll have Maria keep casting shield, both to practice shield and to get her MP even higher. Because if she's going to be casting more than just attacking and healing, she's definitely going to need a lot more MP. Admittedly, the buff spells are probably only going to really come out for serious combats. I'm not even going to bother starting her up to cast there, because that guy's just dead. He has no chance. Yeah, once we rest in Salamand, I'm gonna see about where I'm meant to be able to go through the world here. Like, if I can just go up into the snowy mountain straight away, or if I go around. We have a lot of potions that I'm not using. We may end up in a situation where I just start having people slug those down instead of using Cure outside of battle as well. How is our money looking? We have a decent amount of money. It might be worth our while to pick up at least like a little bit of better armor for Yosef as well. And grab him a suit of bronze mail, so he has more than 4 defense. Because even with just that amount of money, that's doubled his defense. I don't know how long we're gonna be having him, which is why I'm not gonna like buy him a full set. But I figure one thing might be handy. Alright, off we go. As soon as I step outside, I'll save as well, so we don't forget to save for a while and bad things happen. Judging from the open snowfield I see above the mountains here, I'm pretty sure I just have to go around the mountain, and then we'll have access to that area. Okay, no, there's nothing interfering. It just was weird luck, I guess. Because it worked on Maria this time. I want to test, yeah, I can't pass through the mountains there, so it is just go all the way around. I've talked about this before, but you genuinely could, like, remove all of the texturing from these games and just turn it into a bunch of mazes, and realistically, nothing would change. Aesthetically, a lot would change, obviously. But basically, even these overworlds are just big mazes designed to impede you getting to where you need to go, so that you have to do more encounters to get there. Now, obviously, the topography makes the world feel alive and make more sense as well. Oh, this is just silly. This device is a little goofy, but I'm here for it. It's just a boat with wheels, it looks like, and some sleds on the back. So you can go across the snow without just trudging through it on foot. Oh, get a load of this thing! It's like a weird ice mantis, and I'm kind of here for it. I'm kind of digging that. It's a shame that it's gonna die. Also died very quickly. 100 gil just for one of those? Alright. This might be where I make money in the future. If I end up doing another money grinding trip. Big open snowfield with a whole lot of fucking nothing happening. Like, obviously I know where I'm meant to be. It's up above where the dot is, right above where we are now. But I was scoping around in case there was anything hidden anywhere. Snow Cavern B1. Let's save right out front just so I don't have to go all the way back if I die, though. I know I saved right outside Salamand, but we can just save here. I This does also mean, by the way, now that we don't have Mindu, that I can't be cheap about the inn anymore. I can't just cast a couple big heals to save tons of money on the healing. So we got floating skulls, shadows, and zombies. The garlic Yosef had now suddenly makes way more sense. Shield up in case these guys are actually dangerous. No, never mind. That's not gonna be that bad if he died in one hit. Okay, he shielded the one who matters as far as that goes anyway. The only one who would be in any real danger. I wonder if it's like splitting the odds when you use it for multi-target for shield, or if it's weakening it. Could be either. All of those and they were worth a total 80 gold. 80 gil, whereas the one icicle was worth more than that by itself. Yikes. This looks like it might be a thing. Now it's just a bit of snow missing from the floor. Hello, icicle. Give me money. Yeah, Maria did no damage to that. Managed to mute in time. This also looks like it'll be breakable and might be able to go through that in the future. Might also just be aesthetic. Hard to say. Make sure that muting like that. Yeah, it did knock my audio down a little bit. There you go. Just fix that. You shouldn't really notice that much of a difference, because it was like a 4% change, but I'm fixing it anyway because it ends up being a problem more so for like group stuff than for what y'all hear, is it's more compressed and balanced in terms of what you guys end up hearing versus what goes through to like Discord and such. I do have some compression right off the top that ends up going through to Discord too, but not as much. So I might just need to mess with the compressor there more perhaps, and that might help people complaining that I'm quiet in Discord and such all the time. So that whole situation remains weird to me, because I'm always, like, in the green as far as Discord's concerned. So you would think that the mic is set well and proper at that point. And then we end up with these situations anyway. Weird. Audio is fucking weird. Like, that's the end of that line of thought, is audio is weird to work with. Okay, we got 250 free gil out of the boxes. That's really not a relevant amount that much anymore. But I'll take every bit of gold I can get. Oh, we got a grenade now. Haven't seen a bomb, but we've seen balloons and grenades, which are usually after bombs. So that's interesting. But then again, this is the second game. They're still kind of figuring out their monster orders and such, which I would assume. Okay, Yosef's Unarmed has gone up again, and to be level 3 now. So that's good. We got a doorway-looking thing and a downstairs. Looks like the doorway-looking thing's alive, though. So I tried bumping into it, and I tried interacting with it, and neither of them did anything. So it seems like a safe presumption that it just doesn't do anything. For larger encounters like this, I probably should still be using my magic. Hmm. I lost my train of thought. I had something there for a second and it just disappeared. Oh yeah, I should be using my magic for these larger encounters, but it just doesn't feel like it matters. Because we're just taking most of these guys out in one regular hit, too. Oh, is it Funny Doors time again? It's Funny Doors time again. Okay, we got icicles and a Yeti. This might be more worth hitting with magic. Because the icicles actually seem relatively tough, and I don't know what the deal with the Yetis is. Okay, Yosef just doesn't have magic at all either, which makes sense. Okay, Yetis are not that bad. Icicles, as expected, weak to fire. Okay, so I'm mostly worried over nothing there. There we go. I was mostly concerned because I knew that the physical attacks we did to the icicles didn't really hurt them that much. And with the Yeti screening for the icicles, I wasn't sure how that was going to play out. Hey, Firion gained more MP. So you know it was worth it. He's up to 31 now. Not full, obviously, but 31's good. I like that amount. He had 25... No, he had 23 before. Then yeah, they do gain how much they have in magic in MP when they get a upgrade for their MP then. Because he went up 8. And I think before he was at 23, he was at 15. So yeah, the math is mathing there. Because Maria went from 10 to 17 and then from 17 to 25. So yeah, I think all those numbers are correct. I think that lines up. I think that is exactly how the magic stat works then. It is representative of your growth rate with magic. We're at least gonna have a decent amount of money. Considering we already have 2,000. I was considering just healing right away, but I think I'll actually wait for another fight and have Maria just start healing during combat so her MP goes up. Because these guys aren't that big a threat. But they actually live through a hit or two. You know, if Maria doesn't just decide to go last. Wait, I got less gil out of 2 enemies than I did out of 1. The fuck was that, game? Because we got 100 gil out of just an icicle by itself, but an icicle and a Yeti was worth 75. What? I think that's the first time I've let an icicle get an attack off. And I'm now wondering what I was even concerned about, really. Though they do seem to be much weaker to Yosef's unarmed, which means a mace probably would have been effective too. I'm assuming there's damage types probably that it just doesn't really mention too heavily. What the hell's a Nodus? What does this do? A gem that calls forth an ice storm. Neat. Not gonna use that anytime soon, but that's nifty. This thing is, I don't know if that's used up when it's used. No, we got ghouls now. Still die in one hit, though, so not really a concern. Worth lots of money, though, so, you know, bring on the ghouls. Bring on the dancing ghouls. Don't worry about how well they dance. They're a little stiff, but they get the job done. Lots of icicles. The ads are about to start, so more than likely after this combat I will sort a couple things out, and then we will carry on once y'all are brought back from Adland. Okay, she healed Firion for 105. I wonder if your own magic is also a factor in how much you get healed. Like, maybe spirit impacts the amount you get healed. Because I know that is a thing in some games. Gus's strength continues to increase, though. That's one thing we can rely on. Gus just keeps getting stronger. Up to a nice 30 strength now, buddy. Now, Firion's spirit is lower than Gus's, so it's not a... Spirit is not a factor, necessarily, of how you get healed, then. I don't know. It might be that there's just a range that it heals in, and one just got lucky and one didn't. I'll just use a couple potions to top up those who don't have full health anymore. Because, you know, we have a few potions just kind of laying around here. I do kind of wish that there were more bits of information about their stat growth, like if you had like percentages next to the stats, like you do for magic defense, evasion, and accuracy. But that might just be how much they have of those. But Maria's dodged attacks, I'm pretty sure, so I don't think she has 0% evasion. Not sure. Like, the information is unclear there, so it's hard to say. I'm not actually gonna get up much this time around. I'm just gonna take care of a thing on the side here. There was something else I was going to do. No, I am going to move across the room for a second. I'm not going far, though. There we go. This way I at least cleared my head out, so I hopefully won't be, like, sniffing into the microphone or anything for a little while. Though my sinuses are obviously going to get a little screwed up because of the weather, so we're going to have a little bit of a ride there, overall. Alright. I was double-checking the memo file because I'm like, was that the suspend state thing, or was that something I could actually, like, check notes in? But it's the suspend state. Okay, we're about to come back out of ads, so let's get on the move. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We literally are just getting into this encounter, and that's all that happened is I moved a few feet down and got into a fight. I basically just took a moment to answer a message while the ads were running. Because that made sense to me. Sweep the field. Carry on. Boop, 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 boop. Is there 2 staircases? I thought there was a staircase on the upper path, which is why I turned around. More ghouls, give me money! I kind of figured they'd paralyze. Ghouls in most fantasy worlds are capable of paralyzing. Once again, the gil from that made no sense. Is we got 300 from a single ghoul. We fought 4 of them and got 225. What? The good news is paralysis seems to be another temporary state, because it doesn't seem to be still affecting Gus at all. So, we're good. Everything is fine. Treasure! Danger! Floating skull, a ghoul, and a zombie. The fact that Gus is doing 100 with his second attack now is absurd to me. Hooray, a potion. These chests have really been resoundingly not worth it. Ice is not bad. Ice is useful, at least. That's a spell that I do have a copy of, but I wouldn't mind Maria also having that. So if she encounters something that's immune to fire, she still has an attack spell she can use. I'm constantly torn between the idea of preserving mana for boss fights and also getting training done. In case people are like, why isn't he using his magic like at all, even when he gets to things that start to resist his physical attacks? I'm so worried about something that has just a ton of hit points that needs magic to kill. Something like this, though, we could have Maria at the very least cast Big Fire. The ghoul needed to die immediately because we know that the ghoul can paralyze, and we know Firion can kill it in 1 hit. So that made sense to just go for. The fact that a spread out fire does about as much damage as Maria's basic attacks do, though, really is an indicator that the bows are either not great, or it's the fact that Maria's just kind of fallen way behind on strength. Both of which are true, probably. Mithril Spear. You know, we could always try a spear. Therefore, it would be a massive strength increase. It would be a complete removal in terms of skill. You know, why not? Try the spear, Maria. See if that helps you. not really the biggest fan of spears as a weapon personally, even though they are a very just like stable and good but staple weapon. There's something about them just, I don't care for it. If I was gonna use a pull weapon, I would use a staff personally. So I suppose maybe part of it's just the fact that spears are always shown as just being like a you poke the thing with it weapon, when you could definitely do more than that with it. I don't know what the deal with these dead ringers is, but I feel like these might actually be more dangerous than your average critter down here. Okay, very resistant to cutting, but weak to blunt, it seems. So we've still got this. Yosef can just deal with them if everybody else can't. Oh hey, we found a mace as well. It's a shame it's just a basic mace. So like for Firion, for example, that would be a massive downgrade. Oh! They treat maces as staves. Okay. So I guess it would be closer to like a pull mace then, rather than just a hold in one hand mace. That suddenly makes a lot more sense. Which means that doesn't fit for anybody to use either, because we don't have anybody that uses stabs. That does, however, explain why we were seeing maces and such after we got Mindu. And I now kind of regret not having gone for the Mace Mindu joke that I was debating last time, because it would have actually been the correct weapon for him, but it wouldn't have mattered because we weren't keeping him. And it was shocking how many melee attacks he ended up doing anyway. Considering how far down we've gone, I'm really regretting not going down that other staircase now. Problem being, I would have to turn around and go all the way back there now. And I don't know if I'm that interested, but with the continued good cost toward our MP, I might do it anyway. X, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? I feel like I saw what you were doing earlier, and I'm just blanking on it. Welcome in, everybody. Eat some Final Fantasy II while I'm lost in this ice cave trying to figure out where I'm going. Ah, Mass Effect 2. From one to another. But thank you for the raid, and hopefully you had a good time with Mass Effect 2. If any of you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Otherwise, just hang out, enjoy me wandering around this cave, trying to figure out how this game's systems work. Eat free mithril shield. As an example of the confusion, turns out maces are classed as staves in this game. That's a thing. I was wondering earlier why there wasn't a category for maces. Turns out it's because they have them looped in as a staff. Which I guess makes the staff category just like a general bludgeon category then for this game. But yeah, to catch everybody coming in up on what we're doing right now, we have to deal with a flying metal airship known as the Dreadnought. We need to get Sunfire to overload its engine to destroy it. The only way to get Sunfire is using the Goddess Bell to access a specific castle, based on the information we've been given so far. And the bell is in this cave. That's the short version of the current plotline we are pursuing. The overall plotline is we are helping a rebellion against an empire, because Firion, Maria, and Gus came from a town that the Empire ruined So they have a bone to pick with the Empire, and Yosef also works with the Rebellion, but he had a whole separate problem with the Empire. He is a extra party member that we picked up specifically for this part. It seems like this game is going to have a rotating cast taking on the 4th slot. And get used to the encounter rate being quite high for this game. For anybody that hasn't seen Final Fantasy II before, it's a lot. This is specifically the PS1 Final Fantasy Origins version, as it was the one I had in the past, and it, to my knowledge, was the first version available in English. The context for that being that I ran a donathon either beginning of this year or end of last year, I've already forgotten which, and people unlocked Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, and 4 during that, but the point to that being I would do the first version of each of the games that get unlocked. Like tomorrow, I'll be finishing up Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die Edition, because that is the first available version of Dark Souls 1, for example. Okay, using my magic against these was not really worth it. I had noticed the first time we fought these Dead Ringers that they were resistant to our slashing attacks for the most part. So I figured, okay, I'll try my magic. Forgetting once again that when your magic attacks are split across an enemy party, it's very, very weak by comparison, because it splits the damage a bunch. And what you saw pop up at the top there is how this game specifically works compared to most Final Fantasies, where you have weapon masteries, and your stats grow based on what you're doing. For anybody that hasn't played this game before, it's a bit of an interesting experience. So, like, the more I cast magic, the higher a character's intelligence goes, attacking raises strength, etc. That's also why Gus has so many hit points, is because he's usually the one taking all the hits for us. And your spells also improve by using them. So, like, Maria now has 14 points towards Cure, or so she'll be reaching Cure 3 once she hits 100 with that. It's a very interesting system that has been causing me some headaches, but mostly benefits. It's also why you'll notice the party's MP is kind of scattered in terms of who has how much. Because I've only been raising MP on Firion and Maria, really, by casting spells with them. Let's see if this door leads to anything. Well, it led to something. Not what I was expecting to see, but... Okay, just a bunch of beavers. I understand animal words. I speak with him. Bell? Huh? Oh, he knows about the bell. Loophole on right wall. Monster protecting bell. Bell inside wall. You know anything? Nope, don't know anything about that, or that, or that, or that. I always ask about everything, because you never know when somebody's gonna have an idea about something. You know what would go great in your little pond here? A canoe. No? Yeah, you don't care about the canoe. It's okay, I need that anyway. Did you know I used the snowcraft to get here? No? Not interested. Yeah, that's another specific system to this, is having a lot of keywords to memorize, because any word that appears in red in the dialogue in this game is a word you're going to want to remember to memorize, so that you can ask other characters about it in the future, because it will trigger various dialogues and get you information. Like, we had to go through a whole chain of questioning to find our way here. Because I had already remembered that a character was involved with the place where the Sunfire was, So I went herring off after him and going to the area we were told to go to, only to find that the door was locked and the character I was looking for was nowhere to be found. So I had to actually go through a whole dialogue chain just to figure out that Yosef here was our next viable point of contact to try to get to the place where the bell was stored. It was a whole thing. There goes that encounter rate again. You may be noticing that Maria's not very effective in combat. That's because she's been handed a weapon she hasn't used before. She only got this Mithril Spear in here because Gus was already committed with his axes. Firian's obviously using that sword quite well, and it's a Mithril sword at that. And Yosef's our hand-to-hand expert here, so he didn't have a use for it. Whereas Maria's bow was falling behind. So rather than stick to a weapon she had skill with, I gave her a weapon that had twice the stats. Ancient sword, but a monster appears. Guess this is the mini-boss for this area, like the turtle from the last one. Oh, that's it? That's just... Oh, we've been killing these things left and right. This is nothing. Unless there's something behind these guys. That's totally fine, actually. I am going to do an area heal, because we are a bit beat up. And clear one of the shadows. I thought I had targeted the other shadow, but it's fine. These guys do, like, no damage, so it's not really a big concern. Yeah, I figured spreading that out wasn't going to heal as much, but it should be enough to make up for what damage they're doing. And ensure that we don't have any problems. The reason why I assumed that was a mini-boss is the last chest monster was actually like a mini-boss level encounter in the previous dungeon. Okay, darkness lasts from fight to fight. Sword that casts an ancient curse. It's a stronger sword, but I'm kind of concerned about that description, if I'm honest. I'm gonna think about that. Thankfully, we have Asuna, so I can actually get rid of the darkness effects. There we go. I also had eye drops, so I could have just used that, but this gives her some practice using Asuna. Even if it is depleting her overall MP, I do think it's a better idea at the minute. She is down only 6 MP left, though, which is a concern. For anybody that's worried that we're gonna be in trouble, though, we do have a warp spell we can use. Just to get out. It'll be okay. Though, why is that showing grayed out? Can I not warp out of here? That could be a problem. And before anybody's like, he doesn't have enough MP. It only costs 1. The 14 there is experience with it. Absolutely, Hex. You enjoy your food, and thank you again. Appreciate you being here and appreciate the consistent support. The wind's picking up out there, so the weather will be kicking in before too long, probably. For context of why I'm so aware of the weather right now, ordinarily I have blackout curtains to my right, but I've been trying to, like, passively get a bit more sun and just, like, let temperature shift easier back and forth, so I've been keeping half of it open lately. Rather than just keeping it complete, like, only artificial light in here. Which has been helping. So, that's been a whole thing. But it also means that anything that moves or such over there is caught in the corner of my eye. So it has a little bit of a tendency to distract me a bit. But even if I didn't have the curtains open, the headache would definitely tell me the weather's changing. So either way, it would end up being a thing. Yosef's strength continues to rise. It's looking like down here's a dead end, though. Other than getting the ancient sword and meeting the beavers, which told us what we needed to do. Is there's apparently a loop on the right-hand side somewhere that I need to interact with, and then there's a monster guarding the bell. Which it may very well be that I just have to go back up to the weird wall I looked at back at the beginning of this place. In hindsight, I should have wrote down what the beavers were saying, but I didn't. We're not that far from them, though, so maybe I should go back and talk to them again and write it down this time. Just to make absolutely sure that I don't forget a piece of information and make it a whole mess, because that has happened before. And that, folks, is why you take notes. Notes are important. Write things down. Even if it's just an idea that popped to mind, write it down. This is another case of me giving advice that I'm not using myself, but still, use that information. It's good information. You never know when an idea will actually come to fruition in the future. After all, I wouldn't have remembered where the town where the Dreadnought was if I hadn't written it down last week. Okay, we're going through the whole thing again. And everybody is somehow shocked again, even though we knew the answer already here. Loophole on right wall. Yeah, I didn't think it said where, but I wanted to make sure. There we go. Writing down at the very least that the right wall in the ice cave is what I need to do to open the bell room. At least it's not a case like Breath of Fire where I have to actually specifically shuffle the party around to talk to people. That was a whole thing. That game had its own benefits in terms of quality of life, but it had its own choices as well of like, oh yeah, this is just an extra thing that you're gonna have to deal with all the time. As you know, they were still figuring everything out as they went. In terms of making things flow smoothly and, you know, keeping things varied and unique in their own ways, too. Just a matter of mixed results as to whether it worked for you as a specific player or not, what they chose to do. Yeah, the stat growth system and everything is why you don't see experience popping up when we win fights, because there's not actually experience as such. As you can see by the fact that nobody has an explicit level at all. And I do not remind people about following that often, but we are only 2 away from hitting 900. So I'm going to bring this up a little bit here. If you enjoy weird old games, or weird indie games, you might want to stick around, because I do a lot of that. As mentioned already, we were going to be doing Dark Souls 1 tomorrow. That's not that weird or that old, but that is Donathon incentives, so that makes sense that that's a little out of place. But we end up covering all sorts of things here, so you never know what you're gonna get, but if you wanna know when it's happening, you need to hit that button. I think I've just confused myself about the lay of this place. Yeah, no, I definitely did. I think that staircase I was thinking of doesn't actually exist. You ever have one of those moments where something you're looking for just doesn't exist because you just created it in your brain entirely? I certainly have. More times than I'd like to talk about. Maria, you've hit level 3 with that spear, and you still, I think, have hit once out of all the times you've attacked. I might take it away from you and put you back on the bow. Do spears just have really bad accuracy in this game, or is she just doing a real bad job? I can't tell. Because usually axes are the things that don't hit the broadside of a barn, but Gus misses like once in a blue moon. And that's usually the times where he's blinded. Which, you know, that makes it make sense that he didn't hit. Kinda hard to hit what you can't see. Yeah, I think we came out of the stairs that I was going to try to go back to, so I think I just confused myself. Well, that was wasteful, but that's fine. Maria, please. Gus's strength continues to go up, continuing to be his one notable trait. Yeah, what I'm gonna assume then is that I need to go back to the beginning of this dungeon, and then that loop that it was talking about will just be to the side of the cracked wall looking thing that I thought I needed to open. I do appreciate, by the way, that I didn't note this, rather, I have noticed it. But Furion's shield model keeps changing depending on the shield I've given him. Like, he's got a big blue shield now that we got the mithril shield. So, in addition to weapon models changing, they actually have a bunch of rendered out shields, too, which is neat. The only way that could get more interesting is if their actual, like, sprites changed with the armor they were given, too. But that'd be a lot to draw out. Speaking as one who does sprites himself, it can get to be a lot if you're sitting there and changing them constantly like that. The good news is you wouldn't necessarily have to change the arms unless you also did the gauntlets. Though for somebody like Yosef, it would be more of a change because his arms are hidden under the poncho. So that would be a whole different thing for that sprite, for example. And if it ended up being, like, serious plate armor of some kind, that would end up having to change the arms, too. I don't know. Sometimes I think that I just work in a way that I give myself a bunch of extra work. Which is probably true. Especially since it would be work that probably wouldn't even get noticed. But it's the same as the old bit in some stories where you'll see like a blacksmith fixing up something that nobody would ever see, and they point out like, I saw it, so that's why I fix it. I forget where I saw that the first time, but it's stuck in my brain ever since I saw that. So it's just like, yep, that is why I do these things. Doesn't matter that nobody else is gonna see it. I saw it, so I will know that that's there. So even if it doesn't bother anyone else, it will bother me, you know? It's meant to be kind of the quality of your work doesn't solely rest on what people will notice of the quality of your work. It's making sure you don't cut corners and making sure you actually do the entire job. At least that's how I viewed it. Wait, no, the stairs that I'm remembering might be right above me here. They may have just been earlier than I was thinking. Because this looks like the intersection I was thinking about, and I just went that many floors down before I really thought about it. Which, that would make sense. So we might detail or up here right quick. Yeah, these are the stairs. So they did exist. Or did I just go in a circle? So I feel like I went in a circle. Because this room looks exactly the same as the room we just popped up into a minute ago. Did I go upstairs to go downstairs? No, because there's treasure here. Okay. Just a very similar looking room. I now have 2 more battle axes. I don't have a second Gus game. I can't just hand somebody else a pair of battle axes and send them spinning like a Beyblade. Only Gus is capable of that. Technically, I could give anybody else the axes, but it wouldn't be special. That's Gus's thing. It's gonna stay Gus's thing. For those wondering, yes, part of why Gus has 2 axes is because of the mental image of him just spinning like a Beyblade with his twin axes. It's also why he has warp, is we just talked about him spinning through the floor and just tunneling us out of there. Hence, he became our warp expert, even though he doesn't cast any other magic. An antidote. Oh, so exciting. And Mithril Mace with a monster as well. Great. A bunch of grenades. I wonder, are you still weak to fire like the other ones were? Or have you turned out to be like an actual bomb and you're immune to it? Nope, you are weak to fire. Great success. But hey, we're finding a lot of mithril weapons for being something we had to go fetch mithril in order to have a prayer fighting against the Empire. There's a lot of these things just kind of scattered around in these caves. Maybe people should have went exploring more, rather than worrying about securing one singular mine that had the mithril in it. Especially since this is a cave we all knew about already. So then again, they were telling us how it was super dangerous, so, you know, maybe they're just not as capable as we are. Shocking concept. Random townsfolk are not as powerful as the chosen adventuring party that just is better for reasons. Sometimes I wonder if it's just a matter of anyone in these worlds could do this. The adventuring party is just the only ones reckless and stupid enough to try it and have it work. Like, it just happens to work. Yeah, it's just a mace with a mithril head on it. I could give Maria the mace instead, since it qualifies as a staff, and just have her go full caster then? Since apparently the spear really ain't doing it for her either, she just can't hit the broadside of a barn with it. Her accuracy is going up. Which that might be why she can't hit anything, is her accuracy's level 3, whereas everybody else is at accuracy 4? So there may just be like an accuracy threshold or something, where if you don't have that, you are just exponentially less likely to hit something. Probably is a combination of your weapon mastery and your accuracy, though, if I were to hazard a guess. Unless your weapon mastery is just how many hits you get with a weapon when you do make contact, which is possible. Even though it is a bunch of extra walking, I think I am going to go back to town when we get back up top. And then we'll come back and then open the bell door and fight the boss. Because if it is actually just the top floor, like I'm suspecting, we'd be so much better served by just stepping out for a moment and becoming as strong as we can be. Rather than just going in half-cocked, you know? Yes, yes, take all your free shots. Now it's my turn. Now you die. Again. Yeah, about the other notable thing for anybody to keep in mind, and you can already see it in the bottom right corner of the screen there underneath the flashing light warning. There is a sub goal in play right now where if we hit 30 subs, I will set up a 5-game Game Archipelago, specifically of 5 games that I have not actually played and beaten before. Or as an extra layer of challenge to that. Now, if you don't know what an archipelago is, it is a collective randomizer where it will randomize between all of the games put into it. Just chucking the items from all of those games out amongst them. Which includes a couple Final Fantasies as well, so that's a whole thing in and of itself. So, like, I could find a sword for Final Fantasy over in a Pokemon game or something like that. As to what those 5 games are, I won't reveal that, in part because I don't even know yet. You know, this might very well be the door we needed. It's either the suspicious spot up top or the suspicious spot there. One of the two is the one where we need to go through. But it said Ice Cave would be on the right wall of the Ice Cave, so I don't... Like, not that the door is on the right wall, but the thing to open the door is on the right wall. So I don't know. One way or the other, we're gonna get out of here to recharge our mana. Is it really will primarily benefit us to come back fully charged, whether we get to the boss quickly or not. And we can pick a few things up with the amount of money we have. That'll be kind of handy. It does feel a bit weird to me, I will admit, though, to be going into these dungeons more than once, like I have been. Usually I'm a one and done. I go in, I clear the dungeon, I leave, and I never return. I try my best to not have to, like, bail out of a dungeon to heal or anything. Yeah, that cracked wall I was just passing there at the top of the screen, that's the one I think is the door. But considering the fact that they're both on the same floor, it might be that cracked wall is actually what opens the door down in the bottom left. Because that's what they might have meant by loop. Is they may have said loop, but it meant like a hole. So that would make sense. There's a lot of I'm figuring out the logic here going on, by the way. For those that don't know, I've never played this game or even seen it really played, so this is the most blind most things I do will ever end up being. Because I have a wide variety of experience, and usually I've at the very least touched upon a game before. Either directly or indirectly. And if you think that unfamiliarity is part of why I'm being so cautious as to go back to town and such, you'd be correct. That is definitely making me be more careful than I ordinarily would be. Honestly, I should just be having those with spells just lighting off their spells to spend their mana. It'll cost me more money at the end, but it'll get them more magic experience as well. Yeah, you don't have much magic left. Light off a couple of those. You don't need to do anything with that. You don't need to do anything with that either. It'll make these very basic encounters take slightly longer, but that's okay. You botched it completely, Maria. Way to go. You're the best. Try again. If things even live long enough for you to try again. There we go. At least you shielded yourself and Gus. That's good enough. She is now completely out of magic, though. And did not gain a magic level. Damn it. Firion, I think, has a good amount still left. Yeah, he's got 11. So he'll be able to get, like, 5 fires off. Though what I'll probably do is have him actually bolting. Because that'll only take 1 MP. I still don't know if spending more at one time levels your MP faster or not. So I typically go for the cheapest spell they've got, so that they cast more things, is the idea. Because I don't know if it's like a skill check system where each time the stat is checked, it's gaining progress, or if it's got like more to it than that. So I've seen both types of systems used before, so I don't know which one this is operating off of. It also means that he gets more progress towards his bolt going up to level 2, though, which will be helpful for anything that's resistant to fire. Ice is kind of getting left by the wayside, but you can tell where my priorities lie in terms of what elements I like. I will typically lean fire or lightning first in any system that's there. Because that's just what I like. Yeah, we came out of that dungeon with 7,000 gil. For those wondering, the most gil we've seen at any one time in this game has been, like, not even 1,000 most of the time. So to have 7,000 just out of the second real cave we've gone into is a wild shift. What spells were in the magic shop here? Because remember, much like the first game, you have to buy your magic. Okay, yeah, this is the one with Warp, Banish, Phase, and Life. Well, I did say I wanted to have basically everybody knowing Life, so let's pick up the 2 life scrolls we need to teach Life to the boys. Not gonna bother teaching it to Yosef because he's not a permanent party member. And that could come back to bite me, but there we go. Gus now knows the 2 spells he's ever gonna learn. Bring back to life and yeet out of dungeon. That's all Gus needs to know. We do still have this Blink and Shell scroll on hand. Let's go ahead and just teach Maria those now, because if I'm going to be sitting on that much money, I'm less concerned about that now. Especially since I've got a bunch of stuff to pawn off as well. And I tell you what, now that we're back out in the open, I'm gonna go ahead and give him the Ancient Sword and see if it does something bad to him. If it curses him or something, then we get rid of it. My mace, goodbye longbow, goodbye bronze shield. We're gonna keep the mithril mace for the moment because mithril items are still a rarity in this world. We're not hard up for the cash at the second. Same with the notice, because I don't know if that's actually particularly special. I have to assume it is, because we've only seen the one notice that summons ice storms, and we got it out of a box, not out of a drop. So that makes it a particularly notable thing in my mind. Unfortunately, the rest of the shops here are not particularly exciting, because we were here a while ago. So, like, a lot of the weapons are out of date here. It does sell battle axes, which are as good as Gus gets at the moment. And if I wanted to get, like, Yosef more armor, I could, because he doesn't have bronze gloves or a bronze helmet. So, you know, why not? Help a bro out. He's been doing a great job. Even when he leaves us, this will benefit his future life, I'm sure. And this is his second time helping us out, so it's only right we give him something nice. If I really wanted to give him something nice, I'd actually go back to the starting town and go buy mithril gear for him, but that's asking a lot. And if it sounds weird that the first town is where you get your mithril gear from, is we actually brought the mithril back to a smith there as part of one of our previous quests. So it does at least have contextual sense to it. It just sounds weird for your starting town to have the best gear available, too. But it's also our resistance base that's acting as our hub, for the most part. So the logic tracks. Now we trek our way back to the ice cave, having changed things around a little bit. On our way back, we're gonna hold off on the magic use to save MP. It is neat seeing as well that the Ancient Sword model still looks like the... well, reverse that. They had the Ancient Sword model even back at this. Because I've seen the Ancient Sword show up in other Final Fantasies, primarily the Tactics games, and it's the same orange sword there, too. But, since this version came out on the PS1, presumably at a similar time to Tactics, that starts to make sense. I don't know if the original version of this had the Ancient Sword looking like that or not. This would have originally been like a Famicom game, from what I was told, so way, way before this would have existed. There's also, from what I saw, a WonderSwan game, which WonderSwan I think might be the only system I've never played something from at all, even with emulation, which is a fascinating thing to think about. Well, and some of the odd versions of early computers, too. Like, I don't think I've played a Sharp game yet. I've played a Commodore 64 game before. I've obviously played DOS games, Amiga games. I've not played many things on most of those that I just talked about. Which reminds me, if I haven't already reactivated it, I'm going to be reactivating a redeem where people can describe a game and I have to figure out what it is just off of that description. So that might be a fun thing for people to play with again. I turned it off a while back because people were just spamming it and using copy-paste descriptions of things, and it's like, that's less exciting. That's not what that's meant for. So it'll... If I haven't already... Oh! That might be the flaw with the Ancient Sword. Notice how he did 3 damage to that at Ghoul with it? I think it doesn't work on Undead. Aha. No, it worked that time. Maybe it just has some big damage variance? I don't know. It did, like, no damage once and then did good damage the second time. It's worth keeping an eye on. No, this isn't it. No, nothing here either. That really does look like an obvious thing you'd, like, break down or go through or touch. Unless maybe there's something down below I interact with and then I come back up? Because all they told us was there's a loop on the right wall. Also, the Ancient Sword did 5 again. Is it just gonna be like every other attack? If so, I might get rid of the stupid thing. Yeah, because there he goes again doing good the second time he attacks. I'm increasingly suspicious of this weapon. And I'm very glad I held on to the Mithril Sword. Let's head down toward the door here, though, that we could see in the bottom wall and just touch a bunch of wall around there and see what happens. 'Cause I can't think of an actual, like, explicit loop in the ground or anything that we've seen in this cave. Of course, it would help immensely if I had a means of, like, stopping encounters for a bit so I could actually look around better, but, you know, that's just the way it is. For those wondering, yes, I do complain about that with, like, every RPG ever, because I just get very sick of trying to have a thought process go through, and then, look, a random party of enemies that mean nothing to you who appears. They die, and then my thought process is already interrupted. Okay, now his first attack of that fight did decently, but it may still be reduced, and these just are weak. I don't know. Still did more than Gus did per hit, so I don't know. There's a lot of options. That time he did 22. I have no consensus to operate off of here for this sword. Where the hell am I supposed to interact with down here? For sake of keeping the stream moving along, if I look through the whole set of floors again and don't seem to find anything, I will look it up. Just so we're not in here for like 3 or 4 hours accomplishing nothing. But I'm giving it like a fair shake to be found first, is the idea. Because we were given information, just the information's not that helpful. And I could easily have ended up just not interacting with the right thing as well, because that's happened before. Like, we had a secret wall in the pub of the first real thing we went to go do that I ended up walking around the whole room looking for, because when I bumped up against the secret door, it didn't work. Like, I had to press against it multiple times to get him to go through it. So there's no real guarantees there. But the ads are about to kick in again, so we will figure this out. It could be like over here on the right, because they said right wall. I also already don't remember how many floors this place was. I feel like it was 5 floors. Either 5 or 4. I remember distinctly seeing a B4 pop up. I just don't remember if I saw a B5. And I do want to note for anybody new that's still here, there are times where I will just be obtuse for no explicable reason, even to myself, where the correct information will be right there in front of me, and I will somehow end up just completely not having it click. So just bear with if that is what's happening here. Because that can and will happen. Oh, Yosef's gonna be sitting out a while. And Gus is also sitting out. This is interesting timing with the ads happening. Oh, okay, when you get hit, you get unstunned, so that works. Never mind, this will be fine. And he's restunned. So these really are just like the ghouls in the first game, where they will just keep stunning you over and over again. And if you allow them to. Thankfully, your turn still goes through after the stun wears off, so that's good. Endurance increased. Also, that weather that was supposed to happen seems to have just been a non-starter. It got cloudy, got windy, and then nothing happened, because now it's sunny again. Either way, I'm gonna get up for a moment because the ads are running, so since nobody will miss anything, in that way I shall return in a moment. Back to it. Having learned nothing. Which is not surprising, because I didn't look anything up yet. Like I mentioned before, we'll run back through the whole place, see if I can figure out where the thing I'm looking for is, and if I don't find it, then we look it up. Because other than these guys being just kind of a waste of time to be fighting, we really don't have any problems down here anyway. These guys are just genuinely just a I mash the button until they're all gone situation for the most part. We are slowly getting drained of health, though. Okay, her single target healing has gotten way better. It just still doesn't divide very well because it's not that good. On the bright side, with how long we're spending in here, we're gonna be a very rich man. Or a very rich party, I suppose. They mentioned a loop on the right-hand wall, which could either be like a chain loop just on a wall randomly on the right, or it means like a physical looping room, like there's just a circle of path. It could be either, and that's why I'm kind of running around seemingly aimlessly at the moment. Of course, we're also basing all this off of what some beavers told Gus, so your mileage may vary on that information to begin with. Ooh. So the Ancient Sword also does do a status effect of some kind. Couldn't tell what that effect was because it wasn't there for very long, but it's a thing. I suppose it depends on if there's just a literal curse status effect in this game or not, or something. Yep, this is just a monster room. Pretty sure we were in here already, but I wanted to check it just in case. Problem is, they didn't even mention like a floor that the loop was on or anything. They just said loop on right-hand wall. But again, you're talking to a beaver, where it's a miracle that they even have words to use for these concepts. Because while beavers are pretty intelligent, it's still surprising that they have a method of communication in that manner to begin with. God damn it. I may genuinely go back down to the beavers one more time as well, just to verify again, but I wrote down what they told me, so I don't know why I would go check again. How long it's taking me to even get anywhere in here, though, I think I may pull the trigger on getting the answer a little quicker, just for sake of my sanity and everyone's time. So hold on one second. Yeah, I mean, I guess a map will work too. So that's clearly a different translation. It might still lead to the same answers that I need. Oh! I'm going back to the beavers for a very different reason. I think this might just be a failure of translation a bit. Or, again, one of those moments of me being obtuse, but you'll understand in a minute why I'm laughing and going back to the beavers. I'm inclined to think this is a failure on my part to observe something, but we'll find out in a moment when we get back there. This is very much a mix of I'm laughing and I'm annoyed. We'll discuss it once I'm back in the right room. It is very much a case of I've overlooked the obvious again, apparently. And if I just followed through on my double check a little bit longer, I wouldn't have had to look at a map. Because apparently, the loop on the right wall they mean is there's a hidden passageway in the right-hand wall of this room. But let's just take a walk for a second here on what exactly the dialogue here said. Loophole on right wall. Monster protecting bell. Bell inside wall. Okay, I forgot the word hole. That's the entire problem here. Okay, now that is still on me. Though, I wouldn't consider a passageway to be a loophole. That's a little bit of an odd wording. That's still primarily on me for not writing it down in the exact way it was worded. So my brain took what I wrote down and ran with it. But that's what you get for writing your notes fast, too, I suppose. So they could have just said hole on right wall, and that would have been much more guaranteed wording. And maybe it's just the way language ends up working out as well. Is I think of loophole purely in terms of rules at this point. And I don't know if that was different before, or if that's just, like, experiential, what you think the word is. But I just happened to latch onto the wrong half of the word for what the meaning was, because quite literally where we needed to be was just right down here. Like, it's just very silly how this all has ended up working out. Which is why I can't even really be mad, because it's arguably my own fault. Is remember what I mentioned earlier when we were in this very same dungeon about me being obtuse sometimes? It kind of just ends up being one of those things. Oh, you do know how to self-destruct. Oh, that's lovely for you. So they really are exactly as the bombs always have been. And they're both blowing up Maria. Of course they are. It's a good thing multiple people have the life spell. It's almost like this is exactly why I taught everybody the life spell or something. Oh yeah, enjoy Negative Zone Maria, by the way. Her eyes look horrifying. I've only seen Gus with his portrait like that till now. So that was an experience I guess we all got to have together. So yeah, setting them on fire was a bad idea because it made them all explode. I don't know if it was specifically hitting them with fire or them being at low health, because usually bombs in Final Fantasy blow up when they're at low health. But I seem to also recall situations where if you hit them with fire, it would also set them on a countdown where they'd then blow up. So I don't know which rules these bombs in particular work off of. Could be either or. Could even be both. Hard to say. The fact that Gus has 300 hit points is absurd. Time for turtle number 2. We literally fought a spiny turtle like that as a mid-boss in the previous dungeon. And yet that's gonna be what's guarding the MacGuffin here, apparently. Why are these usable, anyway? Oh, I guess you could equip them that way. That's a choice, I guess. Hold that thought, buddy. I'm gonna open this box first. Silver plate. What do you know? It's almost like we have that already or something. I could give it to Yosef. Tell you what, go ahead and wear that. I'll probably take it away from you after this fight if you're still in the party. It is the guardian of the goddess's bell, Adamantoise. Okay, so a stronger turtle than the other one. I think the other one was literally the spiny turtle. That is the same sprite. That is quite literally the exact same sprite. Fucking kidding me. You could have at least made a recolor of it, or made it bigger, or something. It's the same thing. Cast shield. Hit it. Hit it. Great, the two with the highest hit points are the ones who got the shield. Lovely. Ooh. Good thing at least anybody got the shield, I suppose, because wow, that hurt a lot. You know, your bolt's only level 1, but I wonder if it would do more than fire would to a turtle. Go ahead and heal Yosef first, and then we might go back to putting some shields up. Based on the damage there. Nope, Fire 2 is the better choice. Did way less damage to Gus. I don't think their defense is that different either, so it might just have a wide range of damage it does. Honestly, try just single shielding. I want to try to guarantee a shield on yourself. Okay, that one worked. It just does a really good job of ripping Yosef apart, apparently. Then again, he is the biggest threat to it, because he does the most damage most of the time to it. Because a lot of the time, Gus's axes aren't getting through, and Firion's magic is at least hurting it every time, but it's not hurting much. Tell you what, put a blink on Yosef. I would try to go for an area blink, but I don't want it to miss. Never mind, fight's over. That did not take as long as I thought it was going to. 200 gil, Firian's MP, Maria's magic, Gus's endurance, Yosef's HP, Yosef's strength. Yeah, I would certainly expect him to get HP out of that since he lost like 300 hit points. Well, that wasn't so bad at all. Something is embedded in the wall. It's the Goddess Bell. Obtained Goddess's Bell. Hooray! Also, apparently opens a staircase. Oh, how much do I bet this is the door we were looking at? Yup. It's an exit door. That's why I got all fucked up. It was a shortcut out. God damn it. Why am I not surprised? But at the same time, god damn it. It is neat how often the music lines up with an attack. Like the dun-dun happens right as somebody hits something. It's the simple things sometimes. These goblin guards don't stand a chance at this point. Just remember, we totally spent most of that time in there just to grind more money and stat points and such. Totally not because I got fucking lost at all or anything. Also going the wrong way. Still can't warp out of here either, which is fucking weird. Yeah, I don't know why I can't warp out of the ice cave. That just seems to be a thing with this cave. I would like to find new axes for Gus. That would be nice. I'm still on the fence with this ancient sword as well. I feel like Firion got less effective rather than more effective, even though the strength's higher. Like, I'm starting to wonder if the cursed sword, you know, might be unlucky or something. It's almost like there's logic that would make that make sense. Really, the Adamantoise was kind of just a joke, though. Like, it hit really hard, but it didn't attack a lot or anything, so you could easily just compensate for whenever it attacked and then just keep the fight going. Oh, that's the catch. This jerk-off's here now. I tell you what, let's play it safe and give you back the Mithril Sword instead. Well, actually no, the debuff might be useful for a human opponent. And this is probably why we can't warp out of here, is because we have to have this encounter. Damn you! You've brought me down to ruination. I'm ruined, I tell you! The Emperor will not tolerate any failure. He will punish me for sure. I can't go back to the Empire now. You're coming with me to the underworld. I assume he's meant to be the real boss fight instead, then. Which this could actually be a problem. Considering we burnt through a lot of Maria's MP. Oh, when in doubt, set him on fire. Let's get a shield up for as many people as we can, and just beat him up. Okay, we at least do real damage to him. Well, that was Borgin, everybody. Guess I shouldn't have taken him seriously at all, huh? And we just walk around him. So you got me, but I'm not going alone. Take my final gift. It's gonna be one hell of a ride. Aha, see you down there. Oh, that's what the wall there's about. It's a boulder. You know, that's fair. No, it's coming too fast. Yeah, he's gonna do a sacrifice. Now go, run! You coming with us. We want you come. Just go. I can't hold up too much longer. Go, now! It's up to you now. Molly, I'm always with you. Well... Yosef! No, he's less pancaked than I thought he would be. He at least stopped part way up. Nope, he's disappearing just like everybody else has, though. Get ground in the dust by a boulder. Yeah, I kind of figured. Don't mind me just quietly checking to see if we got to keep his gear at all or anything. So much for that silver armor I literally just gave him. Oh well. Thankfully, silver armor's not worth that much, and we have gotten quite a lot of money, so it's not the end of the world. We are, unfortunately, back down to 3 party members again, though. And to think, if Gordon hadn't just run off somewhere, we would have been able to avoid going to the ice cave, and we would have avoided Yosef dying. Just remember, it's a member of the family or the bell can open the Gate of Cassian. It was even specifically mentioned that if we knew where Gordon was, we could have avoided this entire risk. But yeah, that definitely proves why we couldn't warp out of there, though, because otherwise we would have broken that entire chain of events, Yosef never would have died, and all of that. So for the sake of the plot, we had to be forced into that encounter. That does just go to show, though, another case where the narrative forces you to do something despite the tools you have to avoid the thing that the narrative is pushing you into. As I said, we could have avoided that entire encounter. We could have grabbed the bell and teleported away. But instead, here we are having to fight a Borgin who could have just walked into an empty cave and wandered around for as long as I did, looking for the damn thing. This is another fine example of the hero team not necessarily being as smart as they could be. And I acknowledge that, you know, maybe it's not the most fair thing to point out something like that. But at the same time, this is what always bugs me with these kind of games. I notice things like that, and I'm just like, but why didn't we just use the tools at hand to avoid this situation and ending up the way it did? It's the same as the whole, you have the literal ability to bring people back to life, and yet in the plot, people are forced to die anyway. So it's like, okay, what's the difference here? Also, Maria has 100 health now. Let's go. Like, we have people with the life spell. You trying to tell me that the way we get mangled in combat is somehow less than him getting run over by a boulder? Like, before anybody tries to make, like, the degree of damage excuse, which, in some cases, sure, why not? In some cases, it makes sense. Like, somebody gets literally turned to dust or something. Then it's a little hard to fix. But it just creates such a dissonance between the gameplay and the narrative that's being portrayed in front of you that just bugs the shit out of me. It does come down to the point of those situations are purely just for the benefit of moving the narrative forward. The plot needs this to happen, therefore it's going to happen, regardless of the tools you have to make it not happen. Let's go ahead and break the news. Oh, Yosef, I will take care of Molly in his place. I'm sure he'll be pleased to know that in heaven. Assuming he went there, but he was a good sword, so he probably did. Eddie isn't gonna come back, is he? Yeah, he's Boulder. He's one with Boulder now. Well, time to go use the bell. Because I'm assuming there's not gonna be a reason for us to go report back and then go use the bell. That seems pointless. You did 6 damage there to a Hornet. Yeah, I think the Ancient Sword needs to go. Doing 6 damage to a starting enemy tells me that it definitely is not reliable. Though I would say it's about as reliable as Maria with this spear. She has still not hit anything. She can't even hit basic enemies with it, so I think I'm either giving her back a bow, or I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do for her. I may have her just literally spending every fight casting spells at this rate. Because she was missing a decent amount even with the bow, but she was at least hitting some of the time with it. Though I don't have a bow on hand anymore. So I tell you what, you hold that, and you pretend you're a wizard. For the time being. That's just gonna be your life now. Though Furion's better than you at that, too, considering his MP's gone up faster because he has attack magic he's been using constantly. But the walking around we're gonna have to do is gonna be a great time for Maria to get better at that anyway. Use your ice spell so it costs less. Ironically enough, I don't mind if these things don't die when they get hit with that. Because it gives them a chance to cast another shot at them. Because assuming it's more casts that gets you the stat ups, it's better for them to survive the attacks. Unless it's calculated, like, off of how much damage you deal, or how much healing you do, etc. as well, which could be a whole other calculation. Okay, there's only one here that's not even worth trying to start up casting a spell. Where am I? Pretty sure I'm most of the way back. Yeah. Just kind of walking along the mountain range. Oh, I went to the wrong damn town, though. I knew I was walking too far. My brain was like, you've gone way further than you needed to. But it didn't, like, fire hard enough on that signal to tell me, like, yes, this is true. I just got suspicious. Okay, this is a target-rich environment, so go ahead and just have fun with your magic, kids. See if you can kill more of them than Gus can between the two of you. The answer should be yes. That's how you know their magic is doing a terrible job, if Gus with his one attack per turn would end up killing more of them than their 2 spells a turn. That's how unimpressed with magic I've kind of been for this game so far. It takes a lot more dedication to make it good so far, outside of specific targets, which is a shame. But it makes sense because you don't want it to be, like, easy and free to be good with. Especially if this is meant to be like a correction compared to the first game. Though the first game magic was kind of meh there too, half the time. So I don't know. Like, it went from being just kind of mid to being really good with the really late spells, but the early spells just sucked. So this may be a similar case as well. Like, yeah, I gotta get up to like Fire 3 or something before it starts being impressive, which is just a lot of investment. We have been throwing a lot of spells around, though, and not really leveling our magic too much. I'm gonna save here and then try to get on the airship since it's still sitting there and see if it'll just allow me to do that. Because we had paid once to go to Cassian. And I don't know if that just means that that's a place I can go all the time now or not. Okay, I can stand on it. Nope. Interacting with it does nothing. I need to go pay again. Poft is the one that had the shield spells, isn't it? I keep getting Poft and Palom mixed up as to which spells which town had. Since we have lots of money, we'll pop our head in there. And actually, since I have so much money, I should go buy mithril armor for everybody. So we may actually make an extra trip back to the starting town for that express purpose, too. Yeah, this is the one that had shield blink and everything. Nah. I was debating grabbing all of that for Farion as well, but that's a whole other thing for him to be spending his MP on, and it just starts becoming a nightmare. I forgot to buy passage on the boat, though. The fact that I have to keep buying passage on this damn boat over and over again. I swear. Like, can I just, like, spend 3,000 gil on just a lifetime pass or something? Because I would do that at this point with how often I'm going on this damn ferry. Because it's 32 gil per trip, and I've already spent more than, like, 600, I would say. So I can't even be like, here, I'll give you 300 for a lifetime pass, because that would not be accurate value. Where is the magic shop here? There it is. Okay, no, they both just have the same thing. That's why I was confused. They just have the same shop. Understood. Goodbye, bot. You will never see the light of day again, hopefully. Yeah, you could definitely tell that a lot of these are just, like, randomly generated names, too. What I find fascinating about these bot names, though, is the fact that they're usually a set of word salad words, and then a batch of just random letters or numbers. It's not just one or the other. It's like, you probably didn't even see this bot pop up before Ursaribot took it out, but it was called Offshore Christening, and then a bunch of letters. So, like, it starts off sounding like something that could actually be a username somebody chose to use, and then it just turns into garble afterward. Which I assume it's because it makes a separate permutation every time you use a word, as opposed to just having it be purely just letters. Because there's only so many combinations, even with just the entire alphabet at your disposal. Does that make sense? Don't need mithril shields. Need one more mithril helmet. Why is that blank? Ah. Well, we definitely need 3 of these. Is mithril mail and silver plate the same strength? Is that the thing? So that would be weird, but at the same time, I wouldn't rule it out. So we'll buy 1 suit of mithril mail and see what happens. Yep, it's just the same. Okay. We may as well stay with the silver plates then. There's no reason to pick up mithril mail if it's the same statistics. Oh, I did forget to hand out the mithril helm as well. That is kind of dumb, though, to have this fancy mithril material that we fought so hard to get be the same as just silver that a random shop has. Like, okay, what was the point of fighting over this mithril mine, then? It's the same issue as the fact that we were finding things that were as good, if not better, just laying around that weren't mithril. Just continues to ask the question of what the fuck is the point? Yeah, we'll just have her rock the mithril mace for now. Because I forgot to grab a longbow. What was the other spell here? Oh yeah, it was Cure and then the 3 attacks. You know what? Sure, you don't have Bolt, so have Bolt. I'll throw it away if I end up not wanting you to have it anymore. This way we can play the full line of weakness roulette need be. Since we're here, let's go ahead and mention the fact that we have the Goddess Bell. See if there's a reaction to that. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's a reaction to that. So Yosef gave his life for that bell. We cannot let Yosef die in vain. Please take that bell to Castle Cassian at once. And that's already what we were gonna do, but now you know what happened. I wasn't sure if reporting that was gonna lead to like Gordon appearing or something is why I wanted to do that. This way we could get our replacement immediately, but it's looking like we might have to go to Cassian with just 3 and hope for the best. We're only down 1 point each person, so I'm not going to bother to restore here at Altair. We'll do that right before we take the flight to Cassian instead. Because I'll be burning MP along the way to keep raising people's totals. Not to mention get the individual spells leveled up. Because otherwise, if they're not kept up with each other, all the weaknesses in the world ain't gonna matter because the spell will be so much worse. Now, the inverse could also be true. If I just focused on one spell enough, there'd be a reality where weakness wouldn't matter there either. Like, weakness resistance would be irrelevant because you just slam them so hard. Or you just hit the round hole with the square peg so hard that the round hole becomes the square hole. It does feel very strange to have money go from being such an obstacle to right after that at Ice Cave no longer a question. Like, remember when we had to sell antidotes to be able to afford to take the flight? Which, that should have been a clue to me that I was doing things slightly off timing as well, probably. That I had to scrounge so hard to be able to afford the fare. Not that I was scrounging that hard, but you get my point. There's usually, like, a series of hints that an idea is incorrect. In this particular case, it was how out of the way some of it was, how much it cost, and everything like that. I also could have saved myself some time by flying to Salamand from here to begin with, if I had had the money. Let's go ahead and save before we take the flight, in case an event happens when we land and shit goes sideways. And with the weirdness that's happening with the graphics here, I'm worried that things are gonna break at some point too. Alright, let's do this properly this time. So with how weak the enemies in here were, it feels weird. Oh, there's just a ton of you, huh? That's nice. We'll go ahead and actually farm some magic experience here then, with this many targets. The Hornet's like, nope, fuck that, I'm out of here. I ain't gonna be used for target practice. Yeah, especially since we're only spending like 1 MP per spell. Spamming a bit is absolutely fine. So part of me is considering holding back with Maria a little bit since she has less MP, but that's also going to mean she stays at less MP ad infinitum, so doesn't help anything. I also forgot to swap off the Ancient Sword, which is continuing to be inconsistent as to whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. It bugs me so much to lose the 5 power, but those times where he was doing 5 with it, I'm just like, I don't know. Item. Bell. Bing, 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 bing. The bell rang beautifully and the door opened. Hooray! This also means that the Empire could just follow us in. So you're saying you were in here the whole time? Did you at no point consider letting people know that this is what you were doing so we wouldn't have a left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing situation where people get killed? I figured I was the only one who could carry out the Sunfire, so I came. Also didn't need to know that, buddy. I came looking for Eagle's torch, but couldn't get past the monster's dwelling here. It's almost like coming here alone didn't make any sense. I couldn't just leave empty-handed, so I've been standing here, stuck. I understand what you've done here, but what you've done here also was very rash and foolish. You know this castle quite well, don't you? The castle is full of secrets that even I don't fully comprehend. I cannot guide you, but may I join you anyway? Yeah, sure, it'll keep you out of trouble. Okay, so the reality I expected, Gordon joined the party, has come to pass. We just had to get Yosef killed to get to this point, apparently. Oh, God. Gordon, why? On the bright side, I can give you a Mithril Spear to be a little more effective, but, like, my dude. My dude. No. Gordon. Gordon, oh no. I don't even have any magic. On the bright side, your stat line's actually incredible. Oh, this again is driving me crazy. He's got 64 hit points and 5 MP, but he's got 22 in every stat. Like, is this meant to be indicating, like, he's got a lot of tutoring and everything since he was royalty? But he also has no practical experience, so he actually just sucks at it anyway? Because he also has accuracy 1. And no weapon skills. Gordon, you make my head hurt. I don't like you. It's also a hell of a thing to have gone through 2 very powerful temporary party members and then be handed this. He's fast at least, and he does at least hit something with that spear, unlike Maria's, so, you know. Maybe this isn't the worst. If it wouldn't take a whole long trip, I'd go buy him some magic, too. But I also don't know if he's gonna be staying with us any real amount of time. Nope, we got ghasts now. Which makes sense considering what happened to the splits. Blind 4, huh? Oh, that's an AoE blind, huh? Hate that. 3 out of 4 got blinded, and now they're just gonna keep going with that. Okay. You still didn't get Maria, though. And we still hate you. I think Maria just might be incompetent as far as accuracy goes at this point. Anyway, just Asuna the whole party, if you would, dear. That's something you can do, at least. Ow. Ow. I do appreciate that you can also Asuna the whole party. Not that it worked, but it's at least a thing you could do. There's a very high likelihood that Gordon will die. At least once during this trip, because he has 64 hit points. Oh, now everybody's blinded. Please manage to succeed in removing the blind from somebody. Hey, Gordon's not blind anymore. Hooray! This is a mess. I'm going to assume the 0 was because of the blind, probably. I'm assuming it both makes you likely to not hit at all and probably reduces your total hits. Because you'll notice even when Gus is hitting, for example, he's hitting a lot less too. 900 gil from that though, so that's not bad. There we go. Gordon got more than 64 HP now. Yeah, endurance is almost certainly a factor by which your stats grow then. Because he had 22 endurance, and he went from 64 to 86 health when his HP went up. It doesn't take into account the endurance point he got when he gained it during that encounter, though. Because he went from 22 to 23 in that fight. So that'll make sense. I don't know how he didn't miss very often with accuracy 1, though. This continues to make the systems of this game not make sense to me. Okay, and it seems like if you use those things out of combat, they're guaranteed accuracy. And I could have used it repeatedly in order to, like, level Asuna up more, which would probably ensure the accuracy as well. But I didn't want to burn through all of Maria's MP either. She's got a lot of work to do in this party at this point to keep us in good shape. Nope, we got augurs. Ogre mage and 2 ogres. Okay. Well, when in doubt, get the mage out. Get him the fuck out of here. Ice 5? Oh, that's bad news. Well, bye, Gordon. Remember when I said he was gonna die at least once in here? Didn't think it was gonna be that soon. Anyway, just get him back on his feet, please. These ogres do hit pretty hard, but that's expected of ogres. Okay. I was waiting for the revive to miss, because Final Fantasy does love to do that to you. Also, expecting a specific thing to happen, but I'm waiting. Okay, now he's got healed. I was expecting him to get up and get punched again and go right back to the floor. I didn't want to say it till afterwards, though, because I knew the second I said it, that was exactly what was going to happen. Lots of stats for people. Hey, look, another mithril thing. I'm so glad we fought so hard for that mithril mine when I'm just finding mithril maces laying everywhere. So fucking stupid. Like, it's another case of the way the game is written and the way the game plays being at odds with each other. And it's just driving me bananas. And sometimes I don't pay any mind to it, and sometimes I do. Today's one of those days where I just can't stop looking at that and just being flabbergasted by the concepts involved here. It's like they just didn't even think it through at all. They're just like, you know what? People aren't gonna question this. It's a fantasy world. Who's gonna think about the fact that you're finding your magic metal just laying everywhere after you just fought to the death for a mine of it? I think we've hit the point now where Maria's gonna have to start conserving her MP instead of using it. Because I think she's down to like 15 or so, probably less than that now. And considering it takes 2 per heal and 1 per shielding and such, it's gonna get to be kind of a problem. Also, the ads are about to kick in again, y'all, so bear with on that. 3 antidotes, huh? Okay, that's money, I guess. Throw that on the pile. I'm gonna keep walking around in here during the ads this time, though, because it doesn't seem like too much notables happening in here. And I don't really have anything I need to get up to do on this particular ad run. If anything particular happens, like an event pops up, I'll just stop and wait for the ads. But other than that, I'll just update y'all when you come back from the ads as to how many fights happened and things like that. If anything interesting occurred. Because at the end of the day, you ain't gonna miss much. Oh, look at these rats, though. Good lord. Of course, I get a new encounter right as the ads come up. Not that it matters, they're not much of a thing either. Gordon, I just complimented you about not missing, and you went ahead and missed the rat and got poisoned. And bit again, too. You're just getting the shit beat out of you, bucko. That, I think, is the permanent poison, too, because we had a discussion in the first session about the fact that there is venom and poison, and one of which stayed and one of them didn't. Yep. That I'm gonna just use an antidote on because we have so many antidotes to save Maria's MP. And yeah, she's down to 13 out of her 25. Can't help but notice she hasn't gained any more MP though. Hint hint game. Feel like she should have hit a point where she would have gone up to 34 by now. Just a thought. Just ahem. Your MP should go up. Can't go around the pillar on that side, you kidding me? There's a box there. It's probably not gonna be anything notable, so we'll just go ahead and pop it open. Oh joy! Lifesteal. Sometimes I wonder if these things just wait for me to be in ads for these things to happen. You know, this is something worth burning both of their MP for, probably. This is concerning. That's what I figured, is that they would actually be weak to fire since they're undead. There we go. That helped a lot. Gus's HP and nothing else happened. I'm so glad Gus continues to get more HP. That's clearly what we need. 300 gil. Yeah, it wasn't worth worrying about. Now 4 shadows again. That's fine. They were not nearly as much of a problem. So the fact that Gus is blinded again and so is Gordon is a bit more upsetting. We're definitely gonna are just going through the eye drops out of combat here. This is why I never sold out of these things completely, though, because I knew invariably we were going to start running into these conditions more. And yeah, Maria's accuracy is just bad. For the one who was holding a bow before, her accuracy is just a nightmare. So I have to assume that's because of the fact that her weapon skill with the mace is a lot lower. I don't think her accuracy's gone up yet either. Wait, why is her accuracy 2 now? Oh, does your accuracy go down when you switch weapon types? Yep. Okay. So yeah, your accuracy's probably capped based on the weapon skill you have. Like, if I give her the sword, yeah, it goes down to 1. So that's how that works. That operates as a skill cap. You know what? You don't have a shield, though, so here, play the maracas for me. Just use 2 mithril maces. Because I don't have a shield laying around to give to her. Also, apparently you didn't have a potion in your hand anymore, so here, take that. To catch y'all up on what happened, I gave Maria a second mithril mace because we didn't have a shield to spare, and she's suddenly not using a 2-handed weapon anymore because she didn't have a bow. And we fought a group of wraiths that are upgraded skeletons that were a little concerning. But that's pretty much all that happened. Oh, and we found a 300 gil box, which was as exciting as it sounds. Remember when I said I was gonna have to save Maria's MP? Yeah, I also need to keep people's health up, so it's an issue. I really should have taught Cure to more than one person. That is a definite hindsight problem. So you're telling me that Spike Toys is just a regular enemy now, huh? Okay. You know what? Sure, why not? Roasty toasty goes the Toitle. Actually, with what we're lined up against here... Oh, it's tempting to shield, actually. But she has so little MP, we're not gonna have anything for the boss fight. We may very well have to actually back out of here to get her MP back. I might actually have to start buying ethers, even though they're fucking expensive. Just for those wondering what I mean by very expensive, I think ethers are something like 5,000. So, you know, it might make sense why I'm trying to avoid having to buy those. But unless we can get Maria's MP up, it's gonna just be the way that that's gonna have to be. And we're gonna have to at least carry one of those into here because of how much we're having to burn just getting anywhere in here. Okay, that's one Spike Toys down. The good news is we can get away from here fairly easily. Just like Gordon got away from existing, unfortunately, easily there by exploding. On your feet, bucko. It's not over yet. It's not nap time. On the bright side, he's gonna catch up on health real fast at the rate they just keep shitting on him. Because he'll just keep getting beat up until his health bar figures out how to accommodate. He got a kill, though. I think he killed both Spike Toyses. Yep, Gordon's endurance and HP just keeps going up. I think we might have to warp out of here at this point, though, considering we're in a rough spot at the minute. Way. This is gonna mean that Gus's health is gonna get absolutely trounced, but we can fix that. There we go. 100 on each of them should be plenty to get to the chocobos that are right over here. Come here, you. Congratulations, you got a chocobo. Now we just mount up on the map, and away we go. Now, as far as I've noticed when we ran back the first time, you don't get in any encounters with the chocobo. So you could just zoom on back to a safe place. Now, what I did last time is I actually ran back to Bafsk, but I'm not going to do that this time because now that I know what this does, I see no reason to go there in particular. I did, however, go the wrong way. It makes way more sense to go all the way back around to where the airship is. Save myself a lot of encounters. And something I'm considering doing is actually going all the way back to pick up Cure for Gordon. To give him a function. Since his magic is so damn high. Thank you, Chocobo. Look at it just go running across the sea. So majestic. The Jesus Chocobo. So yeah, we are gonna go ahead and go get Gordon like a full slew of magic. He's probably going to end up leaving us at some point, but based on how this is going, getting him at a minimum cure seems like a really good idea. His MP should grow crazy fast if I'm understanding how the systems work. This will also work out perfectly as a good test of whether I understand how the magic stat works. We haven't rested yet, otherwise I'd have Maria burning MP. Though, thinking about it, she wasn't out of MP, was she? I probably could have had her cast a spell to try to get an MP upgrade. Yeah, no, she had enough to cast a spell. God damn it. Well, we're gonna get into another fight before we get in town anyway, probably. Ta-da! It's enough targets to actually throw magic at, too. This is when Firion gets another magic level before Maria does, and I just scream internally. Hey, Sonny. Appreciate you popping in. It's been going well so far. We're having a little bit of a sticking point with the current dungeon and some confusion at how the leveling system works here and there, but you know, it is what it is. Hope you're doing well, though. How are you doing? We're just doing a quick trip back to go fetch some magic for a new character. It's the first version that we got in English. Technically, there's a Famicom version that would technically be the first one. Like, that would be the original, but this is as close English speakers would get without a patch. Well, welcome home, and hopefully you'll be able to get some good relaxation in. Teach you all of these spells, so you actually have a function. Gordon is a replacement party member for somebody who got run over by a boulder. Yeah, you and me both. I am very on board with the weather stopping its nonsense. We literally had a freeze warning the other day, and we've got a whole slew of like 80-degree Fahrenheit days coming up here. So it's a thing. Which I've said this before, but spring's always a little weird, but this is like weird even by spring standards this year already. And if it's hitting 80 degrees already, I'm very concerned what summer's gonna have. Well, since I saved, that's a very good idea. Now, as we make our way back, I'm going to spend as much MP, especially on Maria, as I can to hopefully get her MP up. Except when I get single goblin encounters, who won't last long enough for me to even finish casting a spell. I do have to wonder, though, if they made the stats grow the way they did to accommodate for these characters that they're having rotate in, since by giving Gordon 22 in everything, he grows so much faster than your normal party members do. So he has the ability to actually play catch-up properly. Nope, Gus went too soon. I mean, 68's reasonable for spring. That's not too wild. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, Gordon gained MP off of 1 cast, and now has 27. So yes, it is exactly tied to your magic stat then. Your magic stat is exactly how much MP you get when you get an MP upgrade. So he went from 5 to 27. He already has more than Maria. And she's been training to use magic for a while now. Unless there's like hidden growth rates and such that you don't get to know about. Which that's also possible. Don't know. Oh, very weird. Doing that just to get Gordon his full complement of MP. We're gonna stay here a minute and grind some MP for people off of very basic encounters. We're only gonna be here for a few minutes before people are like, oh god, it's gonna get boring. Like, no. It's gonna be like 3 or 4 encounters just to move their MP tracks along a little bit, hopefully. Gus, just kind of hit yourself upside the head for a moment here. It'll be fine. And I'm gonna see if using the higher rank spells actually makes them grow their MP faster. Nothing happened. If suddenly they both start gaining MP levels faster, then we know that that is a factor, or at least it will make it seem like that's a factor. Gus isn't joining in on the magic because I want to retain his strength and endurance where they are. Because your endurance and intelligence seem to be tied together. It's either strength and intelligence or an endurance intelligence that are tethered together. When one goes up, the other has to go down. Absolutely. You go get some rest, Sonny, and it was great to see you pop by. Hey, you take care. Gus's HP increased, but nobody else's anything increased. Okay. He did take a huge hit from himself there. Which, if I get nothing else out of this but Gus going up to like 500 HP, you know what? Maybe that's just how this is gonna have to go. Is to be fair, they have only used up like 4 MP each, other than Gordon, who's only used up 2. So it may also be like just how much of your overall MP you end up using. That's the factor here. Still nothing. We'll do one more encounter. If they still don't get their MP to increase, that's just gonna have to be what it'll be. And by that I mean one more encounter where they actually get to use their magic. If it's like a one, if this ended up being like a 1 goblin encounter, that obviously wasn't gonna be the one I would use. Actually, Gus can't attack himself here or he will just die. Try to teleport that hornet away. That'll be the way you waste your turn right now. Okay, good. Everybody went before Gus anyway. And still nothing. Okay, yeah, that... I've learned nothing here. We'll rest at the inn again, take the boat across, then take the airship to where we're meant to be. I'm trying so hard to get these people more magic, but it's just not doing it. If I'd realized that I'd be burning through Maria's MP as badly as I am, I would have actually trained more off camera before this session started. I figured, oh yeah, 20's pretty good. 20 will be fine. They should gain the levels naturally as I play from there, because, you know, they'll be able to use enough spells to then naturally grow. No. No, they're just refusing to grow, apparently. And part of me's wondering if it's because there's gaps in when I'm having her using her magic. Like, I'm alternating between attacking and using magic. I'm wondering if that's just, like, deleting her growth progress or something stupid like that. 'Cause I could see that being the case. Though that wouldn't fit with the fact that Firion was gaining it still, though, because he's been alternating a similar amount. So he's had times where he's cast more because he has more MP to cast from. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. There's a piece missing here. At least I don't have to ring the bell again to open the door. Not that that would have been a big deal, but it would have been a needless delay, you know? God damn it, there was just a cure scroll just sitting in here. I could have given Gordon cure before we even went anywhere. It's like they knew, but I just didn't look in the right place. Go ahead and go back to using just Bolt. You go back to using Ice so that you get more casts in. You just keep using Fire because your Fire is still level 1. We may end up having to make yet another trip, and that's just going to be the way it is because I need their MP to be high enough that they can actually do something. If you're wondering, yes, I am very much regretting how much I was preserving my MP in the Ice Cave now, because we didn't need it nearly as much as I thought I was going to. And if Gordon gains another MP level before anybody else does, I swear... Experience, intelligence, endurance. Okay. Nothing bad has to happen. Now, his intelligence going up is a good thing, because that'll make his magic more effective, presumably. Which, that is one thing. I have nobody that's specifically trained with intelligence. In both senses of the phrase. When Gordon ends up gaining another MP level, he will probably become the party's dedicated healer for this area. Despite the fact that his heal is weaker, he can heal a lot more often. So at the very least, much like Mindu was the patch-up man when we had him, Gordon will be the patch-up man. And we'll just save Maria's heal for, like, larger injuries. Still no stat ups, Jesus. Like, the results are still inconclusive between using the higher and lower spells, if I'm honest. But it's a problem either way. Timeout. This is another one of those cases that doesn't make sense. Shut up, Windows. Don't interrupt me. Maria's strength went up. Maria didn't even get a turn. And we've done nothing but cast spells with her for the last, like, 5 encounters at least, and yet her strength went up anyway. I don't understand. This doesn't make sense. Wow, that stun did not last long at all. Maybe it's target strength. Maybe target strength is a factor for whether your spell gets better or not. Because, like, maybe there's a protection in place where if you're just casting spells at just as garbage enemies, it won't do anything. They're just beating the hell out of Gordon right now. It'll be even funnier if Gordon gains an MP level when he didn't even get to cast his spell. Oh, now he got to cast a spell. Which, thanks to his 22 intelligence, even Fire 1 does decent for him, especially against a weakened target. Gordon's intelligence went up. Okay? Just... like, even his cure is really good because his stats are really good. So actually, yeah, he'll still be better at Maria's job than Maria. Ah, this is upsetting. Oh, this is gonna suck. Anyway, throw all of the good magic at the Spike Toys. You kill the ogres. The Spike Toys is the more dangerous one. We've already proven that last time. When it was just swinging 70s at people. But it's also, like, really resistant to physical. Yeah, Gordon's Fire 1 is doing the same as everybody else's Fire 2s. That should just tell you how much of a difference intelligence makes. Like, he has double the intelligence, so he ends up doing double the level's worth of damage. Oh no, that rolled higher that time. But hopefully this'll mean somebody gains at least, like, a intelligence proc or a mana proc or something. Because this was a good encounter. These were actually, like, some decent enemies. Maria's magic increased. Okay, not her MP, but her magic. I'll take it, because that means when she does proc the MP increase, she'll get more. Because that'll mean she should go up to 35, which will be great. Start closing the gap between her and Farion a little bit. Ogre Mage is just whipping out a Ice 5 before I even get a chance to press a button. Okay. You know what? Fair play to you, I guess, bucko. Here, have a bunch of fire in return. Oh, and you know the AoE blind, too, because why not? Joke's on you, I don't know if magic cares about accuracy. Down he goes. I'm desperately trying to get some more mana for everybody. It's just not working out so far, though. Like, what it's asking for is feeling a little ridiculous at the minute. There we go, Maria's MP increased. Farion's didn't, but Maria's did. Maria was the one that needed it more. So she should, yep, she has 35 now. We are definitely gonna have to make at least one trip back again, unfortunately, in order to restore this MP pool at all, because I didn't grab any ethers because I'm an idiot who stubbornly decided he was gonna be able to make it work without, forgetting what exactly my plan was from the word go. So I never stated that that was my plan, to be fair, till I got here. So, some debate as to whether that plan had fully formed before I got here or not. You know, a worrying thought has popped in my brain about how the leveling works. What if it's not anything set in stone as like, oh yeah, you do it X amount of times, a thing happens. So you're telling me the Adamatoise is also just a regular enemy now? The thing that was a boss fight in the literal last dungeon is just kind of here. Okay. That's a thing you've decided to do, I guess, game. Which, don't get me wrong, it wasn't a huge boss. Like, I would say it was definitely more of like a mini-boss type deal. But it's still shocking to see that just kind of show up. Considering it does that. 200 damage to Gus, just right off the rip. If that level of damage had been thrown at anybody else, they would have just died. That was a bad time to do zero, Gus. Oh, bye, Gordon. That's not even going to be enough to keep him alive either. Yikes. Actually, you know what? No. You use Cure on Gus again to make sure he lives. Gus uses Life. Okay, Furion lived. That's good. Is there's a bit of a sense of scale to people's hit point pools, where people with less health sometimes survive things better than people with more, because of variations in defense and things like that. That is not enough, Gordon. Case in point, that is not enough, Gordon. You are now back on the floor. Yeah, we are burning all of our MP just fighting this nightmare turtle here. Just hit him with an attack spell. It should be dead soon, though. 94 from ice? Oh, wow, I should have been using ice the whole time. I was throwing fire because that was the one I leveled the most, but if Ice 1 from her did that much, Ice 1 from him will also do well. There it goes. Gus's axe skill went up. A lot of HP, nothing useful. Fuck me. Considering the way we just cooked through, like, all of Maria's MP there, though, we need to get out of here. Ugh. But remember what we were told last time, this game's difficulty is a tad spiky. And, let me tell you, that's getting proven pretty well right now. I healed the wrong one. That'll be enough to get you out of there. Honestly, I may as well give Furion Cure as well. We also got a Hellfire. Oh, it's just a gem with fire effect. So wait, the ice version we had to find in a box, but the fire version just dropped from an ogre. I'm assuming from the Ogre Magi, probably, not the regular ogre. But it could have been either of them, because we got it from the encounter with both of them, so... Eh. based on the Spike Toys being weak to ice, clearly it's a good idea for me to level my ice magic a little bit while we're walking back. On this trip back to town, it might be I might actually, you know, buy an ether this time. So we can actually have one of those on tap. It's gonna specifically be for Maria, probably. Just because she's the one with all the shielding and everything. And if I'm not spamming everybody's magic in every encounter we have, their pools should stay much more stable. Okay, Maria's staff skill went up. That's good, at least, I guess. Back on the Chocobo. It's unfortunate that this place is such a pain in the dick to get back and forth from, too. But this had to be the thing that became a sticking point. Is technically I could walk back, but that would take a very long time and a lot of encounters, where I would end up burning through my mana probably. Just even trying to get back then at that point. Because I'd want to be using it to level it up in the trip back. Also, can I say that it's impressive that Maria's staff skill keeps going up when she has not hit anything? I think at all. With those maces. I still don't understand how that's working. There's a world where I just give Maria twin shields and just give up on her being able to attack at all. That might be better for her, honestly. Where the hell am I even going? The wrong way, that's where I'm going. It'd be really funny if the Chocobo just randomly left me behind, and because I went to a really dangerous area. Just like, oh hey, this place is super scary, I'm just out. Later. We just get dumped in like level 89 in territory. Yeah, this may end up being a session of Final Fantasy II where not that much gets accomplished. Because we did clear the ice cave, at least. Though that took longer than it needed to. And we did... Actually, no, we did do the Dreadnought thing, too. Not that that was much of a thing. We walked in, they flew away, and everybody was sad because they got bombed to shit, as you can see by this place. I don't know. The one that sells ethers? No, you sell crosses, mallets, and gold needles, which don't matter. Oh, there's 2,500. And I could use a cottage, like, out in the field, but I have no reason to do that particularly. Unless I could use that for walking back. Like, I walk back without using the airship. And then I use the cottage to restore along the way to hopefully get people's MP up more. But I think I'd rather have the 3 ethers and just fly over. So that is restore some MP. I don't even know how much it'll restore. But I'm buying all of them. I thought there were going to be 5,000 and I'll be able to get one of them. You know, actually, I should have known that they were going to be 25 because of the fact that the one I had sold was 1,250. And you sell things for half value. Duh. The good news is we'll make most of that money back pretty quickly based on how much money we've been making in that dungeon. It's just very inconvenient. Get rest, right? Yep. Let's save just in case something goes horrendously wrong in there. Because this is going to be the run where we go deeper in, obviously, since we'll have the ability to restore our MP. Just think, all of this is just to get that flame that's sitting right out front. And then use that to stop the Dreadnought, when we probably could have figured out a different way to blow their engine up along the way here. But no, we gotta use the special magic fire. Okay, you go ahead and keep using your magic. You attack. You go ahead and use a... no, you go ahead and attack too. We're gonna start having Firion and Gordon hold off on their magic a bit. And like I said, we're gonna focus the ethers on Maria. So she will focus on continuing to use her magic. Since that's starting to seem like that might just end up being her purpose in life. Not that she's necessarily stellar at said purpose yet, but that's okay. Every time I see a stat pop up, I'm like, it's gonna be her MP going up a second time again already, and I'm going to lose my shit. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the day where my brain's just gonna snap because of that. It's amazing how much faster and smoother these encounters go when I'm not actually using magic, huh? And I'm just spam attacking things and just chewing through them. That's why this dungeon is taking as long as it is, too, is because I'm actually trying to interact with the systems more instead of just brute force sledgehammering everything. Okay, no poison so far, which is good, though we have slews of antidotes, so even if somebody got poisoned, it doesn't matter. But I wonder if internally there's just like an X amount of MP you have to spend before your MP will level up or something. And it just keeps like getting exponentially higher. Oh, great. 3 rats now. Not gonna lie, fully expected somebody to have gotten poisoned when 3 poison rats get to bite before we move, but no. Worked out so far. Gordon, just because they're missing doesn't mean you're supposed to. I'll give you a hint, you're not a were-rat that I know of. You have to tell me if you're a were-rat, you know. It seems like there's times where people are gaining stats like left and right, and then there's times where there's just giant gulfs of no stat growth happening. And I really just do not understand. It really makes me wonder if I'm doing something wrong. And I probably am, because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing the thing that makes sense of do the action associated with the stat you want to have go up. Gordon's endurance went up. That makes sense because he got hit. We are running through the eye drops, though, so we're gonna have to start using Asuna again. No, there's the ogre boys again. You two just focus the mage down. You can go ahead and light off some magic in this fight, Gordon. Yeah, that's exactly why. I was anticipating the blind. You cannot blind Gus. He doesn't aim to begin with. He just swings in your direction and you'll get hit eventually. Made sense for Gordon to heal himself a little bit there because they love beating him up, as demonstrated there. Just immediately undoing the healing he just did. Okay, if I knew you were gonna crit, Gus, I would have had you hit the other one. There he goes. A lot of endurance going around, which makes sense. People were getting punched a bunch. Endurance really seems like the easiest stat to level now that we have an HP pool that isn't, like, non-existent. Wanted to make sure I didn't have any more eye drops laying around before I burnt MP on Asuning. Master on that's going up real slow, but that makes sense. Her Fire Master, I swear, is growing faster than her Ice, even though I've been trying to use the Ice a lot. Yeah, his Fire Master is actually going up pretty fast. He's almost at Fire 3, but that makes sense because he's been, like, exclusively using Fire for the most part. Aside from when I was training Bolt. He also has, like, the most MP on the party. So it makes sense that his spells would be growing faster than anybody else's. Because he can use them more. More shadows. One of these times I'm going to accidentally select my own party with a fire or two or something and not notice. And it's just going to blow the whole party to hell. And I'll have no one to blame but myself for not noticing. Those were decently dangerous, so it made sense to slam them with some fire and get them out of there. Gold shield and a monster. This is when we find out a gold shield's better than mithril, apparently. Totally not gonna be salty about the mithril thing for all eternity or anything at all, no. All this spellcasting and not a damn thing to show for it. Oh, gold shield resistant to poison. It's the same as the mithril shield, though. Oh, in all other respects. So yeah, you go ahead and put that shield on. You go ahead and take the mithril shield. Wait. Huh? Eh. Maybe it isn't the same. I could have swore you saw a difference in defense from the different shields. Because it showed like an up arrow on the characters that didn't have shields when you'd look at the shields in the shop. Huh. Well, it's fine. New shield better than old shield, almost certainly, right? Right. I did not realize Gus had hit Evasion 3. Ah, damn, Gus. You just suddenly gained a lot of evasion at some point. Gordon's still only at accuracy 2, and yet he's hitting a decent amount with that spear. His endurance, though, has already hit 30. Remember, he started with 22 endurance, and he's only been with us for this dungeon. Keep that in mind as just an indicator of how many things have beaten the piss out of this man in this dungeon. Everything has wanted to kill Gordon. Admittedly, when we first met him, so did I. So I understand. Okay, we got a Spike Toys. Not an Adamatoise, at least. Just a Spike Toys. And I'm gonna assume it's weak to ice like the Adamatoise is. Sure is. Which should mean this thing's gone soon. Oh yeah. 122 from an ice spell at level 1 from Maria is pretty nice. I'm happy with that. You know, ever since I commented on how accurate Gordon was, I feel like he's not hit anything ever again. Mithril Helmet for free? Continuing to prove the point I was making about the fact that we went and got that Mithril was completely fucking pointless. Also here, Gordon, you didn't even have a helmet. I know you wanted to let your hair flow, but all that flowing hair doesn't help you when somebody caves your skull in. Definitely feels like her MP's lasting a lot longer now that she has 10 more. What a concept, 10 more actually feeling like it means something. Considering, you know, 10 more does equate to literally 10 more casts unless it's a level 2 spell. Goes. Gordon's spear and shield skills went up. How much HP do you have now, Gus? 438. Jesus Christ, man. Like, he really is gonna have more HP than the entire damn party combined. In fact, I think he already does. Yeah, because between Firion and Gordon, that's 130, not counting the last digits there, so it's 344 between the two of them, and then Maria adds 100, so they're just barely combined higher than Gus in terms of health. Ridiculous. This man is just a wall of meat. Adamatoise is so much less terrifying now that we know that it's weak to ice, so we actually do damage to it. Ow, it still really hurts, though. Gordon, do yourself a favor and fix the damage it just did to you, otherwise it's probably gonna put you on the ground again. There it goes. Yeah, that was way faster now that we know what its weakness is. Still gained nothing from that, aside from 400 gil, though. Sad days. We haven't even paid for one of those ethers yet. Though we haven't used one yet either, so... yeah. Swings and roundabouts. At least it's gonna mostly pay for itself. Oh, there are a lot of doors here, and they're probably all gonna be worthless. But we gotta check, because we don't know unless we check. Good crit, good crit. Kind of unnecessary, but it was a good crit anyway. Yeah, we are getting way quicker about dealing with these things, just in general. Hey, look, another Mithril Helm. Add that to the pile. Before it was Mithril Maces, now it's Mithril Helms. Ooh. Mithril Axe, okay. Werebane. And Mithril Sword. Look at all this trove of Mithril things we could have had before. Mace effective against werebeasts. Well, it's way stronger than your Mithril Mace, so go ahead and have fun with that, Maria. You're probably never going to actually make contact with it, but that's okay. There's something fucked up about Maria having the same amount of attack as Gus, but they're both dual wielding, so there's a level of reasoning to it, even if it makes my brain itch at the same time. The difference is Gus won't miss. Actually, you know, let's give you a shield, actually, because if you're going to be primarily casting, you probably are better off with a shield instead of the maracas. The maracas were a funny bit, but I think it's time to change to something that makes sense. Since we have an extra shield floating around now. Oh boy, more Adamatoise. That's what we needed in our lives. Thanks for being a great training dummy for our ice spells there, Adamatoise. Gus actually does damage to the Adamatoise now. Let's go. There we go. Maria's intelligence increased. Diamond shield? Okay. Okay, just a random diamond shield out of nowhere. Diamond shield resistant to bolt. Yeah, you know, Maria, you can hang on to that. She's in the back row, so she'd be a more likely target for magic, I feel. Because of all the times she got hit with arrows and things like that. And the 2 self-destructs back-to-back that hit her seem to indicate that as a behavior. So, we'll go with that idea. And since we have her using a shield now, giving her the best shield we find makes sense because prioritizing keeping the healer alive. Okay. Surprised I didn't just get jumped over and over again in those rooms. We are the rats. I mean, you do have the Werebane staff, so try to actually whack one of them with it and see what it does. Missed, because of course you missed. We're gonna have another ad kicking in here in a moment. There's a room that I get attacked in. There's tradition being fulfilled. It'd be nice if she actually hit even once. Somebody out there may have been paying more attention. Has Maria hit an enemy this session without using magic? Genuine question. We've gone in a full circle here, by the way. 6 shadows now. Okay. Ow, ow, ow. It's okay. We don't need to see. Fire will consume all, vision or not. Perish in flames! May or may not have said that specifically in the hopes that somebody would have gotten sucked into ads right as I said that. Because it would have been very funny. Gordon's HP and endurance have gone up again. Without anybody's MP going up. Despite everybody that uses magic actually casting spells during that encounter. Oh, fuck. Though then again, Maria and Furion have been struggling to get their HP up too. Because they just haven't been getting attacked. Meanwhile, Gordon's already gone from 65 to 215 in the span he's been with us. Man. Ridiculous. And he's already half leveled his cure with how much he's had to use it in here. Another Adamatoise, huh? Okay. This will probably take most of the ad time then. Ow. Please stop punching the Gordon. He is not the Gordon's fisherman. He does not have your fish. Please leave him alone. I'm gonna risk attacking in the hopes of just getting this thing out of here. Ow. Well, there went all the health I just gave Gus before this fight happened. There we go. Hey, Maria has level 2 ice now. That will actually help a lot for killing those Adamatoises off. And I stand corrected, it took that long for the ads to fully register, apparently. Our spellcasting is starting to get into shamble territory here. But since the ads are running, I am going to get up for a moment again. Back in a moment. Probably will be back before the ad finishes. I remember when I had said, by the way, when this series started, that this was hopefully going to be shorter than Final Fantasy I was. And remember how I said that that probably was going to end up being a lie? Yeah. Yeah, it's really feeling like that prophecy's coming true here. Considering how many trips it's taking for us to even get through a dungeon at a time here. Looking back from the ads, all you missed really was like a Adamatoise showed up. And I've just been kind of running around in here. Wraiths, so we set those on fire. shockingly, Gordon's actually gonna be the first one to run out of MP, but that's because he's having to heal a lot. Still nobody gaining any goddamn MP, though. We've been in here already, right? Yeah, this is the one where I got into fights. God damn it. Pair of spike toys. You know what? No, I'm not dealing with it. Fuck you. Me out of here. Me out. Thank you, Gordon. I wonder if your agility actually factors into your running. Like your ability to run away from encounters. Because that would make a degree of sense. Great, another Adamatoise to punish me for running from the spike toises, huh? You know what? Fair enough. But now you get to face off against level 2 ice. Aha! That was a really bad roll, Gus. This is when we find out that, like, your health actually is a factor in your attacks, too. Which would make sense. Ow. Yo, another Adamatoise dealt with. Varian's HP and endurance goes up, Gus's HP and endurance goes up, Gordon's intelligence goes up, but endurance goes down. I think now's a good time to... Actually, no. Use your cure first. We'll just burn through more of your MP, and then we'll find out how much an ether does. Okay, it's most of your pool. Okay, that's good, actually. That's very, very good. I'm gonna have you cure him one more time to get him back to basically full. Cure him too. What would be very nice is if you actually had control over which level of the spell you were gonna use once you gained it, but, you know, that would be asking too much. Much wouldn't it? That would be asking for kindness, where kindness does not exist. Yeah, this is backwards. But I think this floor might be a dead end. Because we ran around all of it, I think, and nothing happened. Great, you got poisoned. That's exactly what we wanted right now, clearly. Well, what would be the best possible outcome here is if Maria's mana went up somehow from this encounter, even though she didn't cast any spells. Or like her intelligence goes up or something. Nothing happened. And yeah, we have enough for... We almost have enough for 2 others. So... Definitely pays for itself. Just need to actually have enough capital to purchase it in the first place. Yeah, no, because this all led to this staircase. There wasn't really any other path. So, no, there has to be a staircase up there, then. And I just missed it. It's almost like when you're constantly going encounter to encounter, it's hard to tell what the fuck's going on. That's fine, we have all the antidotes in the world. Yeah, that did nothing split up between them, yikes. Might be that add ice or bolt is what you want to use for were-rats, though. There's another of our large stock of antidotes. They really did make sure you had tons of antidotes with the drop rate on those. Considering we sold, what, like 12 of the damn things, and we still have so many that I can cure any poison that happens. Oh, this is upsetting. Let's see if you guys are weak to ice. I think we were throwing fire at them before. Nope, you don't care about ice either. Okay, very good. But we still got rid of one of them immediately, so that's handy. Perhaps Bolt is your weakness, haha. Bolt 1 did okay. May just be that the ogres have no elemental weaknesses, or not one that we have. Okay, free blind scrolls, you know what? I can live with that. Those sell probably very well, and I might very well keep one of those for myself. I don't think we checked all the way to the left here, so this might just be, hey, there's a staircase straight left, and you just didn't go that way. Eh, haha. Now, there's a world in which using blind is actually more effective than using blink. Now, obviously, you know, using them in conjunction might not be the worst idea either. Because if they're both blind and your evasion is up, their odds of hitting should be, like, absolutely in the toilet. Though the argument could be made that at the end of the day, it's still a they hit you or they don't. Did we go in this room up here? Because we definitely found the stairs, and I feel like I ran past the stairs now that I think about it. But I wanted to check, like, all the doors before going, and then I forgot that the stairs were there that quickly. As I get more tired, my brain is disconnecting from any of this more and more, as we've talked about in the past. Especially, admittedly, with how much I'm focusing on how these stats work and the fact that they're just not doing anything. Like, I really feel like I've cast a lot of spells without anything happening. Yeah, this is just another trap room. Animatoise again, huh? Okay, sure. Perish, demon, Athos, say ice. $234 on an ice 2 is pretty good. We actually one turn killed that because of that 200 ice. Very good. The shadows. Do they know, though? I don't think they know. They shall know the pain of flame. That is all they shall know. Okay, floor 5. This is probably a waste of my time room, but ever since we had that room with 3 chests in it, I feel compelled to open all of these just in case one of them is another chest room. Even if it only has 1 chest in it. It could still be prizes. And after all, we're in a castle, so there's gotta be a treasury somewhere. $400 gil. Damn it. Also, nothing happened, so, you know, swings and roundabouts, I guess. Yeah, Maria's already down to 14. Gordon is out of MP entirely, so I will give him boost. Go ahead and learn Blind, Maria. I'll decide as we go if I want to teach anybody else Blind or not. Because part of me wants to see how much that book is worth, and part of me wants to just teach it to somebody. So more than one person has the potential to do it. Because she's going to be setting up all kinds of other things, usually in a more serious fight. That was kind of one of those, you realized the flaw in the thing you did as you were doing it already. Because the argument could have been made that I should have, like, taught it to Firion or something. So that both Blink and Blind could be applied the same turn. And to cover each other, basically. But too late. Already did the thing. Maria's going through more than one MP pool now. There we go, magic increased. Based on what happened the last time her magic increased, her MP should go up here soon. Which will put her up to 46, which will be great. Firion, however, is still down at 9 magic, even though he's cast more spells than her. Pretty much guaranteed. So that's interesting. Golden Male and a monster. Mines, huh? Gonna go out on a limb and assume that these work the same as the other things we've seen. But let's focus on single targets here so they don't all just explode on us, shall we? I targeted one incorrectly, but hopefully that'll be good enough. One down. So far, overwhelming firepower is working. We killed 2 of them and nothing too bad's happened. Though they are hitting decently hard just with physical attacks, so that's also concerning. Yeah, we're pretty much guaranteed to get rid of this last one. Yeah, considering Gus did the same damage with a physical attack, that's... yeah. Firion's fire magic rose a level, so that's nice. He's got fire 3 now. And Golden Male. What's that look like? Male resistant to poison and 25 more defense. Gus, you're meant to be the survivor here. And I'm assuming poison is going to be percentage damage as well, so he probably wants resistance to poison. It may not be percentage damage in this game, because it didn't seem like it was doing a lot. He's also over 500 hit points, I would like to point out. Absurd. Fucking absurd. Like, it costs us so much MP just to heal him at this point. Wow, this is awful. Yeah, she's up to Ice 2 now as well. So we'll go ahead and just have her throw bolts. I just really want that Ogre Mage dead as fast as possible. Yeah, you know, that'll be a dead Ogre Mage. Yeah, 201 attack. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Nuke the turtle from orbit. It's not an Animatoise, but I'm gonna blast it to hell and back anyway because I don't like him. Tired of their nonsense. Instead of being super durable and doing a bunch of physical damage. Considering we're down to our last ether, though, I'm gonna have to start being conservative with my EMP usage here soon. A blink scroll, okay. We may as well pass that on to Firion. Gordon's not getting any unique spells because he's not gonna be staying with us, more than likely. What's in the door? Treasure! Antidote, eye drops, and mallet. Not the kind I can whack people with, though, so I'm disappointed. Bunch of ghasts. We can just attack our way through this. This will be fine. That's how you know Gus has too many hit points. He's in red health and has more health than Maria does when she's at full health. Insanity. Complete insanity. And give Maria our last ether. Never throw at least a heal on Big Man. Throw a heal on him too to bring him back to 250. I just need to keep my eyes open to make sure that if I'm about to run into a boss fight, I make sure to top up. Fucking Adamatoise. Thanks! Thanks for taking off half of what I just put back there. I'm not even dealing with you. Goodbye. And nobody succeeded in running, huh? Thanks. Thanks for that. Try again. Somebody get me out of here. Fucking kidding me. He would be dead by now, but I'd be wasting so much goddamn MP dealing with him. Fuck's sake. These things exist just to eat my resources, and I'm getting very sick of it. Fine. Die. I can't believe with 3 ethers, we might actually have to consider leaving again, because this place is such a borehole of resources. These are these fucking turtles. Like, I'm genuinely starting to get frustrated now. I'm so glad everybody gained intelligence out of that. Where's your fucking MP? I should have bought more potions to reduce the strain on the MP for healing. Yep, of course. You know, actually, in some ways, this is better. You know, except when you guys do the most piddling weak attacks you could possibly do. Yeah, that's what I was trying to avoid, but no, you guys wanted to just phone it in this round, so this is what you get. You get hit with Ice 5. Oh hey, it's been a while. Firion gained a sword level. Okay, free ice scroll, sure. Makes sense considering those things cast ice. This place has gotta be, like, almost done, right? We've gotta be almost out of here. Not dealing with a pair of spike choices. Get me out of here. Get me out. Thank you. Sometimes you just have to ask properly. Fuck's sake. No. Yeah, you're gonna throw Ice 5 at me. I get it. Why are you guys so bad at running away? You literally started this adventure by running away. Thank you. Then again, you did get caught and killed when you ran away, so, you know, maybe that's not the right answer. Okay, there's very obviously the boss fight. So, Gordon, heal Gus as much as you can. And spread the love around a little bit. It's gonna mean Gordon's not gonna have any spells for this fight, but health is more important than spells as far as that goes. And that is very clearly a fire creature, so I'm gonna assume I'm gonna want to use my ice magic on it. It is the guardian of Eagle's Torch, Shrieker! Ah. You're way smaller than... Oh, you cast ice. Ice 8, no less. Okay, so not really gonna worry about Blink or anything like that. That's definitely strikes me as a I need to use... Shell, more than anything. I'm gonna throw Bolt at you. You just hit him. You can't do anything but hit him. Bolt 8? What the fuck? Thankfully, his magic damage is actually, like, not very high. But it seems like he's actually immune to magic, then, because he's casting high levels of all of the spells. So, hit him. Hit him very hard. You just get all of the buff spells up, because apparently your magic's not gonna be good here. Why did that seem like it did more damage after I had my barrier up? We're also doing, like, no damage to this thing. What the fuck is this game, man? I tell ya. Like, we're primarily reliant on Gus to survive this again. And our healing's doing, like, fucking nothing. Kind of banking on this thing not having a lot of health. Which I feel like is not going to be the case. Oh, it's just doing attacks now. Maybe it has a limited amount of MP. Maybe we survived all of its spells and now we're gonna be in a better place. Yeah, because now it's just physically attacking every turn. So we might be okay. Yeah, I kind of figured. It's a good thing he's the one who has the shield up, otherwise he would have been worse off than that. Maria's healing definitely got way better suddenly, though. It's just she has to target a single person, otherwise her healing does fuck all. You know what, go ahead and blind him. If he's gonna be physically attacking, just blind the fuck out of him, why not? He already isn't hitting very often, but you know what? We can make that worse. Oh, that healed him too, huh? Okay. Sure, why not? I almost healed Gordon again because I was assuming he was going to get hit, and lo and behold, he got hit again. Okay, first try. That kind of sucked, but it was still better than the last big boss we had. Hey, Maria got MP and magic out of that. Thank God. So she now has 46. She gained a level of magic again at the same time. Okay, we're getting better. We're getting better. Go ahead and have her do another little bit of healing, though, just in case. Like the box has a monster in it, too, or something. Obtained Eagle's Torch. Now, rather than walking back out of here, we're absolutely fucking warping. It's unfortunate that Gus didn't use up much of his health, so now that's all gonna get set on fire by warping, but that's okay. We do need to walk back in order to use the torch, but that's completely fine. We did the thing. We finished this fucking dungeon. Let's get the flame and get out of here. Not sure where we're gonna just put that torch away to, but you know. The Sunfire was moved to the Eagle's Torch. Get me out of here. Like, this place wasn't even tough, it was just grueling. And just a lot to chew through constantly. With the turtles everywhere and all of that. It was just ick. What this tells me, as well, is I clearly need to grind harder for my magic to be worthwhile to use on a regular basis. The problem is I'm gonna end up over-grinding on other things in the process. Unless I do what I did off camera this past week and have Gus be dead for a lot of the grinding. Oh, now I get a free potion. Fucking consolation prize potion. I'll take solace in one thing, though. We still haven't had a party wipe. Hi, Sid. Bye, Sid. That's a real shame what's happening to him. Oh, we're actually gonna get to see it happen, too. So much for Sid being faster than the Dreadnought, huh? That idea is kind of not working out. Oh, I see what's happening. Oh, it's even got a little grabby arm. Of course it does. Just snatching him. Incredible. Well, that foils my plan of flying up there with Sid, then. Considering Sid already got. I assume he was coming in to pick us up, too, when he got jumped. Based on the way he was flying across here. So we should probably go report the fact that we have the Sunfire and that Sid got captured. That's both very important pieces of information. Going the wrong way again. I keep thinking as soon as I go around that mountain range, I'm in the right place, but I'm not. I need to go all the way up and around to get back to where we were. There's always a chance that Cid gets away off camera, but I find that highly unlikely. Yep, back to Plume. On the bright side, we did make back all the money I spent on the ethers. And the ethers were enough to get us through the dungeon. 3 of them were enough. But, that was still expensive. Much more expensive than I would have liked it to be. Y'all don't want anything to do with what I am right now. Y'all have chosen to roll up on the wrong party right now, let me tell you. You have chosen death of an extravagant sort. Before we turn the information in, I am going to take some of Gordon's stuff away. Just in case he does leave us. Oh yeah, he had 2 more potions on him too. Well, damn it. Oh well. If I'd realized he was just carting 2 potions around, I probably would have used those as well a little earlier, but at the end of the day, we didn't need them anyway. And I did have the potion that was in everybody's pocket still to use too. But those were emergency potions. See, everybody does still have their emergency potion. I'm not really sure that magic conch helped much in terms of Gus's magic defense either. We were still getting really shit on by magic. So I suppose in terms of an individual hit against a single target, the physical attacks were definitely still way worse. It was just the magic was spread across the party, making it harder to fix. Let's go ahead and report in. Or Hilda's not here. Okay, I'm assuming she's over by the king. No? The princess went to fetch you from Cassian personally so she could thank you for all of your help. God damn it. How much would I bet she was on Cid's airship then? And that's why Cid's airship got chased down and captured. You have no information. Of course you have fucking no information. Even the Dreadnought will need to land and replenish its supplies. That's gonna have to be the way we get it, yeah, because it'll land since the airship's been captured. Please save my daughter. Yep, see, he understands what happened. He knows that what she did was stupid. Yes, we also have no info to go on. Like, the likely answer, since it was built at Bafsk, is it's gonna land at Bafsk again to resupply. But it could land literally anywhere to resupply, theoretically. Telling me to go to Paloma again, though. I probably won't follow this through all the way right now, because it is getting kind of long in the tooth here. We're almost 6 hours in. But I do want to get more than just having done the Ice Cave and that dungeon done today, too. So it's like, bleh. I'm not feeling terrible yet, so I've got some room to keep going. I just have other things I also want to get done today. So it's kind of that back and forth in my head again. But it's looking like Gordon's staying with the party, so I should give him his stuff back. This is when I find out he, like, turns code on us when we get there or something, and I just scream internally. But, you know. Sometimes you just gotta let things like that happen. And honestly, the Mithril Shield and the Mithril Spear are very replaceable at this point anyway, so I guess it wouldn't be the worst if that ended up happening, that he just leaves with those things. I'm just trying to be greedy because of the way things have gone. Before I go across again, though, let me actually go grab the spells I said I was going to have more people have. And from here, the shield and everything. So I'm clearly going to need to train those spells up before that's going to be a thing that matters. I also should sell things while I have the presence of mind to do so. So the mace, the mithril mace, the other mithril mace, the extra mithril sword, battle axe, spear. I'm not gonna sell the ancient sword. Sell the extra mithril armor and everything. We had 3 mithril maces out of that place. Ice only sells for 100, but nobody else needs it. How much does blind sell for? 2,000. I was definitely right to hang on to this to sell it. I'm not gonna bother buying potions, I don't think, because they are only 30 HP each. But I should pick up a couple ethers, because it'll be much more effective making our cure much, much stronger. Because then one cure will be like 1 HP bar entirely type deal. I think that'll be much wiser. Wait. Oh. So you're saying that I could have bought a mithril axe sooner. We could actually give her a bow back. Tell you what, I'll buy her a bow. We'll see if the mithril bow works better for her, like she starts actually hitting things at all again. Does mean she loses the shield. But we'll give it a try. We'll give you back the diamond shield. We'll hang on to the gold shield for now. Give you a second mithril axe, so both of your axes can actually do real damage. That might be why we were having so much trouble in there, is I was a little bit behind on weaponry. Because I didn't even think to check to see if there was a second shopkeeper in any of these shops. Because there's only the one armor guy still. So just like the starter town, they've actually added additional NPCs around. I really should have checked for that sooner. I just didn't even think of it. Because why would you think to look for that, you know? But I guess they distributed it a bit, which is smart. Brain. Where am I? What am I doing? My brain just had like a full reset moment for a second there. We are already across the sea, right? No, we are still at Paloom. And I didn't pay for the passage yet. Okay. So I didn't want to pay for the passage if I had already paid. Like, I had paid and gone across, that is. Stop. May as well check to see if there's different stuff here in Puffed too, then. No, same things. Mithril spears, swords, axes, bows. These both have the same spells. Yeah. And literally everybody other than Gus knows Cure now because we had found the extra Cure book, so... Pretty sure you are no longer relevant. Yeah. Okay, so that's all of that squared away. There's a part of me that genuinely is thinking about, like, grinding so hard that Maria has, like, 100 MP by the time the next session starts, but I feel like that would be kind of... a little too much? Is that the idea would be to ensure that this just goes smoother. But at the same time, other places may not end up being as bad as that was. The only thing I have to go by is the fact that the ice cave and the cave before it were absolute jokes to get through, other than the boss fights. So even the boss fight in the ice cave wasn't that bad. And then we had that castle, which was just awful. Though for the most part, it was still something we could slice through with weapons. It was the magic that was the issue. It just couldn't sustain. So what I might also do is just grind her Cure to be like level 4 or something. Which by proxy, she'll probably gain MP anyway. Clearly I don't really need to raise people's HP too much. Because Maria and Firion survived everything we went through just fine so far. Admittedly, they've not been targeted too much, but Firion weathered a few good hits from even that boss. So, Which I still don't understand how that was working. His defense is 20, Gus's is 25, but Gus was taking more damage. Like, Gordon taking more damage made sense, he only has 12 defense. I have to assume there's like a damage reduction associated with the shield too or something, which would explain why Firion takes so much less damage than Gus does, like, all the time. Because I can't even say that's like a factor of evasion, because Gus's evasion is higher. It's weird. And it can't be a factor of weapon skill, because Gus's weapon skill is higher. I don't know, it's weird. It's just really question marks across the board. Debating right now. Do I chase after the Dreadnought now, or do I stop? The problem if I stop now is I will have to remember to go chasing after the Dreadnought. But I can leave myself a note about that, actually. One moment. Made a note of the fact that both Hilda and Sid are incapacitated as well, because otherwise I'd go back to base again and next time, and it'd be a waste of time. Something I might do between sessions as well is check over the dungeons we've gone through and make sure that I didn't miss anything particularly good in them. Otherwise, I will just go fetch them between streams. Bear in mind that that's only if it's something particularly good. Like something I wouldn't get elsewhere type deal. Which I would figure that would probably be very rare for anything like that to end up happening. And we've been combing over these places pretty hard, so I don't anticipate that I'll have missed much in any of them. I feel like there's people missing from my list today. Like, sometimes I just look at this list and I'm like, there's somebody not being shown to me here. But I think part of that is because some people are on breaks and things like that, so they're missing. But when I look down at my suggested and I look at my list, I see people that aren't on the main list on the suggested, so it's not showing me everybody, even though I've unrolled the list entirely. That bothers the hell out of me. Like, maybe that's just a me thing, but that just bothers me that that's a thing that that Twitch does. But it's also a matter of I have made my list entirely too long at this point. Because that also leads to the very same choice paralysis that we're dealing with right now, of looking at the list and going, well, where the hell am I going? I would like to actually send a raid out. It's just gonna take a hot minute because this is a long list. But while I'm looking at the list, let me remind y'all of the schedule coming up. Tomorrow we theoretically finish Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die edition, and then that may lead to some float in the schedule next week because of the simple fact of I don't know if I'm gonna jump straight into Dark Souls 2 the week after. We'll see. Thursday is in theory going to be a Super Battle Golf lobby. I did kind of spring that one on people a little late this go around because I sprung it on everybody yesterday. Because again, I've had that moment of I forget to start organizing earlier enough. I keep meaning to start organizing the Wednesday before each collab to organize the next one, but I've been so scattered all over that I keep forgetting. Been that way for months now. I need to get back on track about being better with that. Then Friday, we will be resuming Terraria on Friday, as long as people aren't just like complete disasters this week, which so far it's looking like I'll be fine. I don't know about anybody else yet. Then Saturday is a little up in the air. It's not gonna be another short run Saturday, I don't think, because I don't have a lot prepared. We might finish Bomberman Tournament on Saturday. It goes 0. I'm getting ready to wrap up here because it's been about 6 hours of this, and the last dungeon I went through was a slog and a half. So we are definitely not doing more today. Like, we spent more than half of this session in that dungeon because we had to go back in like 3 times because we just kept running out of resources all the time. I'm just running through schedule and staring at the raid list because I have too damn many people on this list. But how you doing, Zero, while we figure this out? Yeah, unfortunately, that is about accurate. But we gotta get through it, so we'll keep bashing our head through it. Like, the worst part is, as I was saying earlier, it wasn't even difficult. It was just chewing through a lot. Nice, nice. I keep meaning to look more at the Digimon card game, and then I look at my empty wallet and go, right, can't do anything with that information. So the fan sim for it's actually quite good. I have no idea if it's been updated at all for any of the new sets, though. That at least lets people play it online, which is nice. I have tried the fan client. Yeah, it's just been a while since I've done anything with it because I'm not really one for getting my shit pushed in by the random players on there. And let me tell you, they pretty much as a general rule are doing way better than I am. So it tends to be I walk in and I get my shit stomped. So that tends not to be that encouraging. But it's good to hear that it's been updated. That's actually very good. I wasn't sure if it was still getting actively supported or not. Since, you know the lifespan of those things. They can either last forever or they get in trouble, so it just gets bad and pretty quick. That is always a either-or scenario there a bit. Let me take a peek at some of these. I've narrowed it down a bit at least. Now that my brain has stopped just looping and looping and looping and looping, looping and 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 looping. Okay, yeah, they're very early on into their stream, so that's a good choice. Might be a little unfortunate of a distraction there. Oh yeah, the starter decks are solid for that game, just in general. You do still have to have a decent understanding of what you're doing to follow up on that information. In a lot of the, you know, at least for dealing with a lot of the people that are active in the community, particularly because, you know, they've been doing it for a while at this point. You can at least, like, compete to a certain degree at that point. Okay. Yeah, both of those are good choices, so... Yeah, I would anticipate one of the newest sets to be for Beat Break because they love to tie those together when it can actually make it work. And Digital Data Squad, I seem to recall being pretty popular, so that would make sense for there to be a set for that too. I'm gonna flip a coin between these two choices because I'm down to 2 now. Okay, that makes that easier. Yeah, we should be finishing Dark Souls tomorrow. The schedule remains consistent. I say should because we do only have 4 kings and then finishing the game left. So in theory, I should be able to push through that. I'm gonna do some grinding tonight, and I already did some grinding over the weekend. My goal is to have 50 intelligence for tomorrow, so that we can use White Dragon Breath and everything. That should make my life easier. There is a part of me that's a little concerned that if it goes well, it'll actually end up being too short a stream, but I'd rather have that problem than have the whole thing be a pain in my ass. Like, I am 100% just aiming for overkill at this point. Nah. Is the thing is, if I start that, I would want to finish it, and I ain't gonna deal with finishing that. That's exactly the scenario there. Worst case, we might just start Dark Souls 2 immediately, or I'll just jump to something else. One of the two will work. But we're gonna get out of here and go see Snow Mercy, who's doing Cult of the Lamb. I know the ad's about to start. Just snooze that ad. Ignore that. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We already talked schedule, so we're not going to worry about that any further. One more reminder that that commission discount only is for 2 more days. Midnight tomorrow night, it expires. No more discount. So if you need anything, you want to go buy from the Ko-fi today or tomorrow. Very important. Both so you get the discount and so I get some money, because boy am I broke still. But be good to Snow Mercy, she's good people, and I will see you all hopefully tomorrow for the finale of Dark Souls. Good night, everybody.